Good morning, Doug.
Wait, where's Tim? Where is Tim? That wasn't Tim's voice. Who's got him? Hello, Jackson.
Hi, Doug. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Browning Crouppen as we broadcast live from the Stiefel Studios.
Yep.
The Healthcare Revolution, 7 o'clock hour is underway. Doug, and if you look to your right, you'll see Jeremy Rutherford. He of the Athletic.
I saw him sitting over there.
In today.
JR.
Martin Kilcoyne, Martin Kilcoyne and Tim McKernan out today ill. Hope both feel better, but we got JR in the building.
It's fabulous to have you here. Thanks for coming
good to
in.
be here. Yeah, I heard Tim yesterday say that he wasn't feeling too well. I called my agent, and I said, any chance I get the call up, and waited throughout the day, and the phone call finally came, and
really?
here I am.
Okay. You got a big-time agent, do you?
No, not as good as Tim's agent, but he's so great at this, Doug. Here's the gong here.
Yeah.
You're fitting in just right.
Yeah.
I see somebody already texted in. I pray I hear Tim's voice. Good morning, Tim. You look great today. The show hadn't even started.
Oh, man.
It's so hard it falls over.
Yeah, he broke it the other day. Oh. Yeah, so Tim let us know last night that just isn't feeling good. Got some medicine, so hopefully he'll be back Wednesday. Hopefully he feels better. Martin still dealing with some illness that apparently is going around. I think there's a couple of people in the building here.
Could be
Hubbard.
leprosy.
Yeah, that it could be. Can't rule it out.
No.
That have been dealing with some sickness, so we hope that they feel better. But we're happy to have Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us today for the entirety of the program. Can't thank him enough for coming in on late notice. The Polos Plus dossier, Doug, will feature head coach of your St. Louis U Billikens, Josh Schertz, at 8 o'clock.
Fabulous.
Yeah, it'll be a nice
Great.
little treat.
Yeah.
Talk it over with the old ball coach.
They were off to a good start. South City Implant says, I need Tim. I need Tim.
Oh, gosh.
Tim's in all caps, too.
That comes in on the Air
Some
Comfort Service
lemonade.
text line. You can text in 314-399-9646. You can also call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, those same phone lines that will feature Josh Schertz. Coming up at 8 o'clock, 314-974-0101. And then you can also get involved, as always, on the YouTube chat presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Just go to youtube.com/TMASTL. But, Doug, we got some business to take care of first.
Okay.
That is, of course, the Lifetime Roofing lead, and that is a task that is handed to you, the elder statesman in the room here.
I'll say elder statesman.
And, well, sorry.
Okay.
Sometimes the truth hurts.
How many years you got me by? I just
a
turned
lot.
51. You just turned
lot.
52.
Yeah, about maybe 14, 15 months. Something like that. Well, the lead today is clearly the Spurs beating the Knicks.
There you go.
Game 3 of the NBA Final. No Cardinal game last night. No NHL game. Nothing else really at all. And that was a fun game to watch.
Exciting.
Yeah.
A lot of energy at Madison Square Garden. First finals
Well,
game.
those fans are pumped.
27 years. And you could feel it. I believe right at the beginning, Ernie Johnson was on the broadcast while Jalen Brunson and the Knicks ran out onto the floor, and Charles Barkley said, "I got goosebumps." And how could you not? That was a hell of a scene.
Did you get goosebumps watching the game?
Not necessarily. I don't know if that
neither.
transcends onto your television as much as being there, but yeah, those fans who spent some $20,000 to be there, I'm sure had some goosebumps on their.
Yeah, how much are we talking? Because
I saw an interview with a couple of people before the game. They were asked how much did you pay for your seats? One woman said she's pretty close to the court and spent $20K. Another couple of people said anywhere from $1,300 to $4,000. One guy said that he was offered $25,000 for his 2 seats, and he turned it down. He said, "I'm going."
Cool.
So yeah, a pricey ticket, without doubt.
The cynic in me has to wonder this. These guys are making so much money. Every night there's another game. Millions of dollars are at stake. Do you think the referees might say, wouldn't hurt to get the Spurs a win here and prolong this series a little bit? Think how many millions of dollars
I'm still caught
that's
up
going
in
to mean to the NBA.
The cynic in me. There's a cynic in you?
Yeah, there sure is. I don't trust anything or anybody anymore in this country. If there's another dollar to be made, people will try to steal it.
I mean, I could see paying if you had the money. I don't have that money,
Yeah.
but paying it if it were Game 7, Jackson, but Game 3?
Yeah, the novelty of it, I guess, being the first finals game in so long, not to mention a team has never come back from 3-0. So if they were to win that, it's almost all but locked up. I would agree, though. I think on a clinching game, you might, spend that. But I think if you're spending $20,000 on a ticket to one basketball game, you're probably not like, I'm going to be eating ramen noodles for the next couple days after I do this.
Yeah, they could have probably charged you $80,000. It wouldn't matter much.
Right. But yeah, me and Doug were talking about it yesterday. It's like, it seems like the move might be sell your Game 3 ticket and then go for your Game 4 ticket. If you really want to go to the game, if you really want to go to one finals game, sell the one where they can't win on that night and possibly win on the next. But now they won't. It's 2-1.
Doug's perfect little crevice says, Doug, I'll be the cynic in you.
Oh, son of a sackhead.
That's pretty good.
We don't need that.
No, we don't. Spurs come back, shore up their defense. Certainly Mike Brown of the Knicks believes that there was some discrepancy in the free throw shooting, which there's no doubt. But
the Spurs.
No doubt, but the Knicks turned the ball over way too much, and they let the Spurs get way too deep in the paint, which is the only way they can really even compete for a 48-minute basketball game. And the Spurs are really good, so they adjusted, got in deep, played solid defense, made the Knicks turn the ball over, and converted free throws. That's how you win ball games.
So, Jackson, I was listening to the show before us with Smalls and the crew, and they said that they felt like, and I think they had a caller who was some Queens, longtime Knicks fan, called in and said that they felt like the Knicks got caught up in the hoopla, and everybody, the president, everybody being there. I mean, that can't happen in New York, right? A Knicks team can't get caught up in what goes on. It's New York.
I would tend to think that is I'm trying to put this, that narrative is easy to come to. Like that, to me, is like if you're driving down the highway of takes, your first exit is they got too caught up in the hype. I think you can go a lot deeper than that. I think these guys are a very veteran-led team. Almost every single player is over 26 or 7, which you compare to the Spurs is night and day difference. I don't think that, just maybe for the first quarter, but I think these guys are professionals making so much money, they settle in.
They are, but at the same time, they're still only human. No matter how old you are, you still run into that crowd and you're going to get jacked up. I mean, they're 27. They're not 67. They're still, I'm sure, ready to jump out of the building when they can't run through a brick wall.
No doubt, but they're also playing elite athletes on the other side who know that if they lose that game, the Spurs lose that game, it's all but over. So they're playing like their hair is on fire. And they, they know they're the underdog given the circumstances of being at MSG on Game 3 of the NBA Finals. I think that, yes, I think that is a part of it, but as a whole, no. I think there was a lot more to the Knicks' performance last night.
Doug, do you sense Jackson being in heaven here? I think maybe he got Tim and Martin sick, so we could sit here break this down.
He wanted this kind of platform.
This is what I long for. I long for talking to JR and Doug about the NBA Finals.
Oh, God, that was a shot at us.
No.
Yes, it was.
He flipped
Far
the script
from
there.
it. Doug, hey, listen, Doug had the Lifetime Roofing lead. I think he correctly picked.
What were the other options?
McGreevy and JJ Weatherhole were on MLB Central.
That's not a lead story.
Pretty good stuff. I enjoyed that. They were breaking down pitches and swings. I liked that.
Did you almost go with that?
No.
There's a lot of rain in St. Louis
Baseball
yesterday.
players on the media every day.
Yeah.
I was surprised how physical the game was early. I mean, they're just clubbing people to the ground.
Yeah.
Wemby, he got away with it. Wemby just destroyed Brunson there.
Yeah, he pushed Brunson.
No call whatsoever.
He pushed Brunson right in the head. You ever see someone get pushed in the head?
No call.
Just call. Push you in. I'll shove you in the head.
Was that a Don Dinginger miss there? The way he...
I don't think it was as egregious or impactful as that, but yeah, I mean, it was a huge miss, and I think the Knicks have a right to be like, that game was poorly officiated, but at the same time, you can't turn the ball. Like, the refs have nothing to do with you turning the ball over as often as they did, and Wembanyama had 32 points. Like, at a certain point, and Mike Brown even said in his postgame, he's like, we played poorly, but I thought that the foul calls were terrible, which I think is a fair assessment. You come back for Game 4, you better be ready to play. Go up 3-1, you're in great shape. You let the Spurs come back, win Game 4. Now you're tied 2-2, going back to the Spurs. The momentum completely flips.
Yeah, we analyzed it and beat it to death. But in the end, there in the fourth quarter, the Knicks had a few shots in the final minute or two where if they made them, they might still win that game.
They brought it back to 2 points with, under 30 seconds to play, and then Stephen Castle hit 2 free throws. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is the Spurs played not a perfect game, but as close to as good a game they can play right now against the Knicks, and the Knicks were still right there at the end. So if that shows you kind of where they're at team-wise.
How does Tim do it? Does he yell these texts?
If they're in all caps, they're probably not happy. I have not looked at the Air Comfort Service text line yet, just because, I'm just trying to get my feet under me. I just want to get my feet under me.
Eric in the Central West End is today really going to be Libby Popovich drooling over Wemby for 4 hours.
Oh. Unlikely. We have Josh Schertz coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. We also have Jeremy Rutherford in the building, so there's going to be some NHL Stanley Cup Finals talk after that classic game on Saturday. We, of course, have the hockey game on tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, puck drop at 7, so you can listen to that while driving around this evening right here on 101 ESPN. So we'll talk to Jeremy Rutherford about that. We'll also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day on top of just takes and analysis left and right. As many takes and analysis as you can handle.
Probably hot takes.
Yeah, there you go, Doug. Now you're good.
Can we do a what's your grandma think today, or?
Yeah, if there is there one?
I don't know if there. I have a personal one from years ago that you might like. I can
absolutely. Yeah, way to tease, baby. I like that. Doug, when you played basketball, did you beat people in the lane knowing it wouldn't be a foul? That's why the NBA sucks. It's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Well, boy, it was a whole different game back in the 70s than it is now. I mean, even on defense, you couldn't put your hand on the guy to check him like that. And now they don't think anything of that.
Well,
and rebounds now, you can basically tackle the guy for the ball.
But they have changed on-ball defense. If I were to put my hand on you now, that could be a foul. But back in the 90s, you could do a hand check on the ball. There may be more off-ball physicality, but on-ball physicality has changed. And to the Warson Woods Wacko point, I've heard a lot of things about the NBA being soft and the players being, flopping a pillow, but now it's more physical. Now that's why the NBA sucks. It kind of seems like it's a moving target, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think it's far more physical than it's ever been before. Maybe not in those Detroit Piston days when they had Bill Laimbeer knocking people, but a lot of what happened last night looked similar to that.
Yeah, it did, and that's why everybody's surprised that it didn't go called, because it is a physical NBA league today, but that's a play that gets called.
Yeah, that one was truly surprising.
Yep.
Tough to officiate, because as a ref, you could literally call something on every play.
Right.
And you got to let them play a little bit for the entertainment value of it all. But where do you draw the line and when do you blow the whistle? That's tough.
Yeah, and Jackson, if that's an NHL game, nobody flinches. So telling you that you're watching the wrong sport.
It's true. I hope we get 2-part questions with JR. I got a question about my fragrance since I left Jeffco to live in Upper South County/City. I hope I keep my smell. It's from the South City implant.
He wants to keep.
Is that like someone trying to keep their accent after they move out of England or something? Do you keep your smell? Chairman, Chairman Kurt over there, you've moved from Jefferson County to South City. Mm-hmm. Do you think that you keep your fragrance?
Oh,
it sticks with you for a minute.
Is it an imperial odor that you have?
I think a lot of it wafts up from the Festus territory.
Oh, really?
There's like a water tower effect that blocks some of that.
Sure,
yeah.
But I've been a 63019 resident for long enough that I think I've washed most of that off.
Like lake effect snow. Right. You have water tower effect smell.
Well, it's water tower. It's also, if you have your windows down, you're probably going to have some like tire burn smell too.
Sure, no, that's good. Yeah. JR, I don't know if you were listening yesterday, but Martin was ill. It was me, Tim, Doug, and Chairman. And someone said that Martin came down with a case of the Festus.
I don't think that's fair.
No, I didn't think it was right. I thought it was mean. Whoa, who's the cuter Mr. Martin? Just kidding. I recognize that Lou Korak. Fire away, Lou. Thanks and free perk. Hashtag I stand with Mr. Martin. That's from Brian Hench.
I was going to say, is that Hitch?
I had to turn the game off. Jalen Brunson trying to flop his way through the game made me start rooting for the Spurs. That's from the Flat Avenue boy.
I got to root for the Spurs. I root pretty much against any New York team there is.
What sport? I'm guessing it's soccer has the most flops.
Oh yeah, soccer.
It's soccer.
Yeah.
What's okay?
Basketball
So that's obvious.
2.
What's second? Basketball.
Yeah, because you're trying to draw a foul.
I think there's more in the NBA than the embellishing in the NHL.
Yeah, I'd say. Yeah. Because there's more scoring opportunities.
Right. Well, it's tough to flop when you play 22 seconds at a time and then go winded back to the bench.
Oh, come on.
Sorry.
I expect you wouldn't get much more ice time if you flopped and they didn't call it and they scored a goal while you were flopping around the ice like a dead fish. A dead fish wouldn't flop almost dead fish.
Doug, this is just, it keeps coming in. I had to call into work today, too. Came down with a case of the Cottleville pox. That's from the unknown TJ.
What is that? Like chicken pox?
I guess. That's no good.
I had a buddy who used to call in to his boss, and his boss would answer, and hello? He said, I can't see. And you can't see? What do you mean you can't see? He goes, I can't see coming into work today, so stay home and sit this one out. So
Gotta do what you gotta
When you
do.
call in sick, do you actually try to sound sicker on the phone than
probably
you
have
really
to have
are?
a little stiff. What would be a good,
Play it up a little bit.
maybe people can text them in, what's the best excuse to call in sick?
GI issues.
You think?
People don't want to question that, or they shouldn't question that.
Yeah, you're probably right. In terms of like an illness, I think Chairman's probably right. But then there would be accusations or possible theories that you might be just hungover. If you're complaining GI wise.
How about I got the flu and I think I'm really contagious?
Yeah, that anytime if you're coughing, I think coughing or sneezing, if you're expelling a lot of moisture or pathogens out of your body, you're probably best case to stay home. So
COVID was a good one.
I was going to say that was a good positive from around that time. People weren't really questioning you. If you sneeze, they're like, stay home for the next 2 weeks.
That's a
please.
good call.
But if it's GI, what word are you using? Like, not the fancy Ledoux stuff you were just using, but what words do you use when it's GI?
Bubble guts.
Oh,
There you go.
bubbly Hershey.
Do you tell your boss you have diarrhea?
No.
I'm shooting
Have you
squirts.
ever said that?
I haven't. No, I go to the game and
Yeah, but that's the thing is like our jobs are all different too. It's like, and some like if you were to like just kind of like skip out on work, for some people it'd be like, all right, well you can still kind of work from home, or it won't be that big a deal. With us, if you're not here, you're not doing anything.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's not true because you have the remote stuff where you could like during COVID when you broadcast from home, you could still use that stuff. But if you're really sick, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
But if you're the boss and the guy says he has GI issues, could you say, put on an astronaut diaper and let's get after it? Get in here.
Hey, 10 or 15 years ago, Blues at Detroit, Joe Louis Arena, and I'm in that press box. You've been in that press box,
Sure.
right? The little bitty, little bitty box, and they forgot to build it. That's why it's so small.
Right, it's on the top row, and if you
They
stand
had
up,
to
you hit
cut
your
out
head
a
on the
row of
ceiling.
seats just to
Yeah.
make the press box because they forgot to put it. Anyway, the game is going on, and all of a sudden I see Chris Kerber running behind me. I had no idea where he's going. He's going to the bathroom, so he had the GI going during the game. And Kelly Chase had to take over the play-by-play.
God, that's when you got it bad. Because normally natural adrenaline will solve some of that.
Yeah.
It won't hit you until you're off the air somewhere.
And there's a lot of jobs that you could probably get away with it. The best thing a lot of people say is to get to take a number 2 while you're on the clock, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No,
There's some little
no.
rhyme about it. But Doug,
You do that at home and you get yourself regular. You take care of that at home. Unless it's an emergency like the one Kerber apparently had. Where you're running, okay, you get a free pass on that one. But if you're not running, you don't get to do it at work.
So did you take a deuce before you came in today?
Well, I'm not telling about my bowel habits, but I would never go at work here unless it was a huge emergency.
How long have you worked here?
Well, here is about, 5 years now?
No number 2s.
No.
Jackson?
while at work,
Yeah.
only in dire situations. I've I don't want to speak too in depth about my bowel habits, but I take care of it before I leave home, and then usually once I get back from work. But no, I mean, I'm not going to chastise someone for doing it. If you have a 9 to 5, yeah, I imagine you're going to use the bathroom in that time.
And if you can't get through one day,
it's not
one day.
It's not like
How often are you going?
It's not like you're like addicted to it.
Get
It's
yourself
not
regular.
like it's like something that like when it comes about, you kind of have to take care of it. It's not like you get a choice to be like, oh yeah.
No, you put it off until you get home.
We even okay, all right. Boss makes $1, I make a time. That's why I go number 2 on the company time.
Exactly. Yeah. And you guys are missing out. This is a great bathroom here. Like I've
it's
probably
wonderful.
taken 50 dumps here.
No, you haven't.
It's a
You
great
have not.
bathroom.
Off-season JR, baby.
It is. It is pristine. You can tell they put some money into it. It kind of looks like what I would think a Ledoux bathroom would look like.
Your Jeffco is showing a little bit, right?
It's a quality. No, hey, listen, it's a quality
Thick
bathroom.
toilet paper. It's great.
It's a Creve Coeur restroom for sure.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
50?
Yeah, and then you finish up, and then you just skip past the sink and the mirror and head on out here and sit
hoping
down.
no one
and
sees you.
The worst.
The floor to ceiling partition, I'm a big fan of.
Yeah. The worst situation is when you have someone in your house, like doing like construction work, maintenance work or something, and they decide to let it rip inside your house. Mm-hmm. That's something about that feels so wrong.
So I heard a story, and I won't name the professional athlete in St. Louis, but he had some people over at his house doing some work, and one of the workers went number 2, clogged up the toilet. Toilet overflows, and the water went through the floor, and he had a projector hanging from the ceiling, and that fell
Oh my God.
in the basement.
Oh, because of the poop.
Doug. What, I mean, you got to do something about that. You're getting a discount at that point, right? If they destroy your bathroom, literally
Well, you would
destroy it.
think.
Literally destroy your bathroom.
How embarrassing is it to be the guy, too? It's not enough that he's got something going on with his stomach, and now he's trashing the house that he's in. It was so
See,
powerful.
If he would have just called in that day, he'd have been fine.
See?
Yes.
Prime example. GI. So we've come to the conclusion that probably coughing, sneezing, your best bet because of the contagion factor, and then GI second. Yeah, I think that's going to be our answer.
Well, and you guys said leprosy the other day. Like, I went to a Lutheran grade school, so we heard about leprosy a lot, back in the biblical times. It's not still around, though, Doug, is it?
I don't think so.
I think you can get it by getting bit by an armadillo.
Armadillo?
I think that's how it gets spread.
Oh, my God. I don't want to get bit by any armadillos.
Yeah. We have a few up here
I
now.
know, we do. I see them sometimes.
Yeah, they've kind of wandered up
And that's how
here
you
from
get
the south.
leprosy?
I
Damn.
think that's how you can get it.
Okay, not the only way to get it. And then you have to you have to quarantine yourself completely, right? I don't think you can be around people.
I'm not sure.
All right, well, we'll learn more about leprosy
we
here
should look that up.
in the
We
commercial
should look
break.
it up.
We're gonna do some show prep, and we're gonna see what the situation is when we're coming back. It seems like we have a caller on the line. We'll get to that caller on the other side of the break at the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You are listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN, live from the Stiefel Studios. Got on the mask. The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la, tra-la. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After, 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen as we broadcast live from the Stiefel studios. We're in our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Coming up on the polls, plus dossier, Josh Schertz, head coach of the SLU Billikens, will join us 8 o'clock.
Wonder if he has any dump stories.
No, we won't ask him.
I bet he would, but we'll probably stick to more buttoned-up topics.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see. You never know. Josh Schertz is kind of a co-host, which is perfect on a day when Tim and Martin are out for him to be joining us. Seems kind of kismet.
Apropos.
Yeah, very apropos. Speaking of apropos, Paranormal Paul is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Doug, and he really wants to talk it over with you. Good morning, Paul.
Morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing today?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Oh, doing wonderful. Love the stories of poop as we're eating breakfast.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we could move on probably and do ourselves some favors.
I got some a couple interesting stories about that.
No, gosh, keep it clean,
Doug.
So my wife has family up in Columbus, Ohio, and we were up there visiting one time, and it was on a Sunday morning, and they went to church, and me and my wife slept in and everything. So, of course, I had to go, so I went. And I just happened to clog their toilet up there.
Oh.
And it was, overflowing and everything. And after church, her uncle called and, you guys want anything for breakfast? We'll get you something. No, we're fine. By the way, where's your plunger at? So he said, oh, don't worry about it. I'll get it when I get home.
Yeah.
And then my wife's like, no, we kind of need a plunger now and some towels. So that was my first time meeting the aunt and uncle.
Made a nice impression, I'm sure.
Mommy, go look in the toilet.
Oh.
Yeah,
You haven't been invited back yet either, have you?
oh, yeah, I have.
Oh,
I
well,
have. I just don't go to the bathroom at their house.
Oh,
Or you do so quite gingerly.
Right.
okay.
But I got another one if you want to know.
Well, okay. All right.
When you do the paranormal stuff, you kind of, hit you and you just have to do it.
Yeah,
Anyway,
so when you say paranormal, are you just, you're into aliens?
Ghosts, aliens, cryptids, all that fun
What's a
stuff.
cryptid?
Bigfoot, Dogman.
Oh, you don't believe in
Dogman.
Bigfoot, do
Loch
you?
Ness Monster?
Huh?
Do you believe in Bigfoot?
Oh, yeah. I was at a location up in Marthasville, Missouri, Marthasville, Missouri, and I found an 18.5-inch footprint right behind an Airbnb that we were staying in.
But you didn't see an animal or anything, right?
We heard weird noises in the woods. But,
So you'd naturally come to the conclusion that was Bigfoot.
Probably someone taking a deuce.
Well, who else has an 18.5-inch foot?
I don't know.
Can I say clip that off?
I mean, Shaquille O'Neal wasn't in town.
You got a picture of this foot, Paul?
I do.
Text that in if you
Could
don't
it have
mind.
been some sort of costume for a foot? Like you see all kinds of mascots running around with huge feet. Could have been something like that.
Mascot was
I
running
don't
through
know
the
why
woods.
they would be in the middle of the woods in Marthasville.
Well, why
He
would
wonders
Bigfoot?
why a mascot would be, but not Bigfoot.
But I mean, you see people in costumes with huge shoes and everything. It doesn't doesn't mean it's Bigfoot.
I can't believe there'd be a mascot running.
Yeah, I'm honestly quicker to believe the Bigfoot thing than
Oh, for heaven's sake!
Benny the Bull is flying around there.
I highly doubt if Fredbird would be at a haunted asylum. Or
More
anything.
likely Fredbird than Bigfoot.
Okay, Doug.
Gosh, I'm the idiot for not believing in Bigfoot.
Yeah, and we interrupted this guy's crap story.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So for some reason, my wife and I were up north of Barnes Hospital. I don't know what we were doing, but we were driving back down south on Kings Highway, and when you get that feeling that you just have to go, and it starts hurting so bad.
Heard that.
and every bump we hit in the road, it felt like I was losing another, half inch or whatever.
Oh, you're turtling. Oh. Get yourself regular.
So we get close to Barnes, and she's like, "You just want to go in there?" I'm like, "Yeah, just let me out." So I get out, and I'm running in there. I'm trying to find a bathroom, and found it in time. So, yeah. Now, every time we have a stomach ache or something in the car, we always call it a Barnes incident.
You couldn't wait till you got to a convenience store or something like that?
It was an emergency. I couldn't wait much longer. Yeah.
And did you see Bigfoot there?
I saw something big there, and it wasn't a foot.
Oh, gosh.
Jackson, when are you changing text names? Can you change him to Not Normal, Paul?
And I guess the first time nobody came for a while. I was in one of the wrong ones, and then I just switched over to a busy one. And then, I don't know, just some chick came in, and supposedly she saw me or whatever.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was in the right bathroom, so, I just...
It's always a good question to ask yourself after the fact. Paul, thank you so much for the call today. I think you brought it quite strong, and we appreciate you joining us on the Callie and Thompson phone lines.
I can't wait to hear what the texters in the chat say about that.
Yeah, well, just
I don't know
wait a few seconds. Thank you, Paul. To Paul's point, Jesus, this guy is such a fat freaking Hoosier. That's from Eric in the Central West End. What do we think is the average BMI of a guy that chases fairy tales in the woods of Marthasville? That's from the Millennial.
The real Tony Reale says this is a pretty crappy show today, boys. These are compliments, though, right? Isn't this the way that this show works? These are compliments.
Take long to get way off track.
Well, I think letting the guy tell his fourth dump story, right?
You guys don't really believe in Bigfoot, do you?
Bigfoot, probably not.
Probably not.
Well, I can't be so sure.
First of all, there couldn't just be the one Bigfoot, right? Eventually he would die, and then there'd be no footed Bigfoot.
Unless it was like something that has like a 800-year lifespan or something. Been around for a while.
Yeah, sure. That's going to happen.
I'm just not ruling it out. If you're asking me, do I really think, like, if I had to bet, the answer is no. But would I say 0% chance? I would not.
I'd say pretty close to 0% chance there's Bigfoot. It's a guy in a costume.
The Jefferson Barracks Gigolo says, is Doug suggesting a furry convention in the woods of Marthasville, Missouri?
No. I'm suggesting with 8 billion people on Earth, we would have caught a Bigfoot by now if a Bigfoot was out there. There'd be a credible video or a picture of a Bigfoot.
This guy needs to be institutionalized. That's from Doug's Dungeon Dweller.
Well...
I joined late. What is this stupid Hoosier? Why is this stupid Hoosier call happening? It's from the Crestwood Coyote.
You guys ever call a radio station and tell them about your bowel habits?
I actually have never gone on a station and talked about it until today.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think there's people in our lobby trying to come in and use the bathroom.
No, they're not allowed in. They're not allowed in.
Someone quarantined this guy since the Jeffco is clearly airborne now due to his roller grill-induced bowel issue. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Now I know, Doug, when Jackson said we'll be back in 10 before this segment, you said, I don't know if I want to come back.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have come back.
You do that with a lot of segments?
There's some I wish I had not been a part of, sure.
Doug, you like this text? No one believed in gorillas until they did. It's from the Artificial Unintelligence.
Well, now we're going to go back 5,000 years before someone saw a couple of gorillas?
I think we're early 1900s for gorillas.
Oh, please.
I'm telling you. Chairman, we have a crack research team here at 101 ESPN and TMA.
Human civilization started in Africa. You think no one there ever saw a gorilla? Come on.
Chairman, the information, please.
It's fluid right now, but I did hear something recently that pandas are kind of a new thing. Like, pandas weren't seen far later than what you would think. 1847 for the first gorilla.
There you go.
Oh, I thought that was...
Wait, no, roughly 500 BC. I was wrong.
No, that's Doug's birthday.
But Western scientific discovery...
Well, just because somebody from the West saw it doesn't mean it just appeared.
You know, that's what kills me about evolution. Sometimes, taking the kids to the zoo growing up, there's still gorillas, on Earth.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I yell at them at the zoo, like, come on, Tom, everybody's evolved already. What the hell's taking you? Let's go here.
Someone said same with the platypus. then the Bridgeton landfill fume, however, says, Doug, we didn't know what a gorilla was until the 1860s.
Sure. We being maybe people in Europe, not people in Africa, they would have known hundreds, if not thousands of years ago.
Prayers for a speedy recovery for Tim and Martin.
Yes. We've already covered armadillos giving us leprosy, poops in Barnes Hospital, and now no one knew about gorillas.
Yeah, I'm getting mid-1800s. That seems to be the consensus.
But for who?
French explorer Paul Douche.
Okay, British is the key there. Just because he saw it for the first time doesn't mean other human beings didn't see it.
They said they saw dragons in 600 BC, but I guess that means they are real. It's from the Bridgeton landfill fume.
Yeah.
He's mad at you. Doug, you sound like a dumbass. That's from Jugs in D.C.
I'm a dumbass because I think if no one from Britain saw it, it didn't exist. No, I don't imagine they did see very many gorillas in England.
Go look up how many species we discover and how hard some are to find and tell me Bigfoot doesn't exist. It's from the 314. Boy, I did not think that this Bigfoot thing would really...
Caught on.
Yeah.
At least it changed subjects.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
You know what else is a good thing? Our friends over at Design Air Heating and Cooling. And Doug, I think you know something about them.
Well, everybody should know if you've got an air conditioner or a furnace, and hopefully that's most folks around here. If it ever goes bad, and, sometimes they do. It's inevitable that they do. Design Air is right there to get you taken care of, and they've been here in St. Louis since when? Oh, how about 1904? That's when the company started. So they've been serving the St. Louis area now for more than 121, going on 122 years now. Not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. We appreciate that. Seth Goldcamp is a fourth-generation family member running the operation. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you are dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. They've also got that maintenance plan where they'll come out and make sure that your equipment is working very well before the hot summer months or the cold winter months. Good idea to get on that maintenance plan. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and home of the handsome repairman, including Larry the Silver Fox. Design Air brings the heat.
Design Air
and
Heating
the cold.
And Cooling. Chime in if you would like to, just like Paranormal Paul did on the Callier and Thompson phone line, 314-974-0101. You can also text in the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is rolling. I see Walrus King 3819 is in there, amongst many other listeners, so you can get involved. I said at the beginning of the program of Josh Schertz coming up on the Polos Postasi at 8 o'clock. Plenty of Cardinal audio because we had Michael McGreevy and J.J. Weatherholt out in New York as the team takes on the Mets tonight. So they joined MLB Central, some good audio about the state of the club and the energy of the young club. We'll have that for you coming up on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to The Morning After, live from the Stiefel Studios, presented to you by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
DelmarMortgage.com and Ryan Luchtefeld. I have been working with Ryan here for the last month or so, and it has been incredibly easy. I was told the process would be easy. Well, I can tell you firsthand, it is easy. If you are looking to buy a home, and I feel like my real estate agent is sending me listings a few a day. As a matter of fact, this is the time when many people move in between school years. Ryan Luchtefeld can get you pre-approved and taken care of, and pre-approvals and fast-track options will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents agents can be acquired by going to DelmarMortgage.com or calling or texting Ryan at his personal number. This is the personal number right here, so you're going right to him. 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608. The process of being pre-approved in 2026 versus the last time we bought a home is so different and so easy, and now you are ready to go. So I know if and when we find a home we want to buy, we're ready to go with Ryan Luchtefeld, the former Billiken, and our Billikens analyst here on TMA and Delmar Mortgage. Online at DelmarMortgage.com or by calling 618-593-3608. Delmar Mortgage and Ryan Luchtefeld.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. It's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Mets this evening, 6:10 p.m. Dustin May on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, "I love my windows." Doug, they're going to be Navy caps on the road this evening in Queens?
Highly doubt it.
Would agree.
Mets wear blue, so the Cardinals probably won't wear blue also.
No, they'll be in their red caps.
Just disappointing.
It is disappointing, isn't it? Speaking of caps, you got a nice-looking athletic cap on.
Yeah, I wore it today because you told me the other day it looked good. I said, I'm going to wear that hat again. Hey, I always hear you guys talk about, are they going to wear them this series? Are they going to wear them next Tuesday? Let's say they came out. What's the reaction from you guys sitting in your living room by yourself?
If they were to wear it like tonight against a team that on the field, wears blue hats.
Yeah, there's been so much buildup for a couple years now. I want to hear what the reaction would be.
Ecstasy. Pure ecstasy. Yeah, I think that'd be
pure ecstasy.
I think that would be the best way to describe it. I mean, it would be exhilarating because it would be one of those things where it's like you don't even want to talk about it because you don't want to jinx it. If they were to come out the next game and the next game after that, and then the next series, like in Minnesota, a team who also wears Navy caps, and they're out there in the Navy caps. Yeah, then it's total buy-in. Then it's, where are the season tickets? I'm buying some for next season, even though they would never wear them at home.
No.
It would be incredible.
And in the show text thread, who's the first person to text
Martin.
as soon as that? Martin.
Just because he would be, assuming like he's at a TV station, yeah, he would be the first one. Or he would probably know about it beforehand because through back channels, he would probably know about it beforehand.
Back channels.
Yeah. But it would be incredible. You're listening to TMA here, presented to you by Brown Crouppen on our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. I mentioned at the top of the show when Doug gave the Lifetime Roofing lead, which again correctly was NBA Finals Game 3. We also talked that J.J. Weatherholt and Michael McGreevy were in New York yesterday, as was the team, talking about they were on MLB Central. Big time. Both of them there. Long segments. I think they were there probably like 15 to 20 minutes of their show yesterday was just with Michael McGreevy and J.J. Weatherholt, which is great. Two young guys, both McGreevy 25, Weatherholt 23 or 24, doing a great job of representing St. Louis and the Cardinals, I thought. Both great. Michael McGreevy obviously calls into this show very often. Utmost professional, likes to mess around with us. We appreciate it. J.J. Weatherholt. Doug, I don't want to speak for you, but my impression of him whenever we were at spring training was like, this guy is very buttoned up. This guy knows how to talk.
Beyond his years.
I would agree, yeah, in a major way. And they were on MLB Central yesterday talking about the energy of the young club and Busch Stadium kind of being revitalized this season. They talked about that yesterday on MLB Central.
What is the vibe like in the dugout? I mean, it looks like you guys are having a great time. Obviously, winning is fun, but it looks like there's almost a collegiate atmosphere among the boys in the dugout.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally like I was saying, we're trying to have fun in there, and I think, big thing for us, getting Newt back is huge just because that he's electric in the dugout, on the field. He's just kind of one of our veteran guys, so he's been great to have the past couple of games. And but even before him, we're just finding ways to stay energetic, to pick each other up, and just continue to play good ball.
Michael, the tarps off phenomenon has gone viral. It is league wide, but it should be noted that it started in St. Louis with a travel team from Stephen F. Austin in Nacogdoches, Texas.
There's some bad bodies in there.
Well, yeah, but they're into it, and that's what we like.
Whatever floats the boat, though.
When it first happened, that first night, and those kids did that, what did you think? What did you see that first night?
Yeah, so I was on the bench, and I saw maybe like 7 guys with their shirts off twirling around the upper decks, and I'd seen something like that on social media at like a college football game in the fall. And I'm like, well, if I know anything, like it's gonna grow, and that'll be funny and stuff. And then the sheer amount of how many people joined that game and being able to come back, and then we walked it off that game too. Wow. Kind of gave it all to them, like, hey, like they kind of willed us into winning that game, and then showed up the next day. Ollie bought those fans tickets, and then got them into the clubhouse after. Then it's been every day. No matter if it's 105, like how it felt yesterday playing the Reds, there was tons of people out there, and it was just crazy.
Yeah, and JJ, I think it's emblematic of really how this team has energized the city and the fan base, yes?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they'll talk about, is just kind of bringing the life back into the stadium. I mean, those people have showed up, I mean, every single game since, and, you know, they do roll calls. Yesterday they were yelling for the umpires to pay attention to them. So just,
roll calling now?
Being clowns out there, but giving us energy and firing us up. And, yeah, I mean, it's definitely helped us.
Doug, that was the lead. We missed the lead.
Yeah, thank you, Jay.
That those two were on TV?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does seem to be really taking the nation by the tarps off thing, whereas like here, I don't think people are sick of it, but it's like it's not a new thing around here, but it still seems to be a major headline across Major League. I think it's just kind of like Pete Crow Armstrong talked about it when the Chicago was in town, not last week and the weekend prior. He was like, they just got a bunch of shirtless guys out in right field. It's kind of interesting, you know. So I think it's still impressionable.
Yeah, it's different and it's fun. Everyone seems to enjoy it.
Yeah.
I know a family that had two boys, young boys, 12, 14, something like that, and they wanted to go to the game just so they could be in that section.
Yeah. JR, you brought your young son, and he peeled the shirt right off.
Listen, the first night that happened, the second night, from then on, it was, we're going to a game. This is my 13-year-old. We're going to a game, and I'm doing this. And so our seats were like opposite side up top, and literally had to make our way down there. So it does make the kids want to go to the game. And listen to McGreevy there. He's so polished. As an outsider on this show, I listen a lot. It's awesome that you guys have that relationship with him, and it was so cool to see him down at the Dotem. He likes you guys so much. He came down to the tournament. Did he make it down there?
No. He called in, which was nice.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
that was nice. He was trying. It seemed like he was trying to possibly come, but yeah.
Tim got him on the Grove down there to play golf, and I think he feels like he owes us now.
I think he enjoys kind of messing around, and he is very. There's like a reason that they call him, and he's had a great season, obviously, but like I think there's a reason why, you know, on the Fox game against the Dodgers, as soon as he came off the mound, he was putting on a headset to talk. I think there's a reason that him and Weatherholt were in MLB Central yesterday, because he is like very good at not necessarily just giving you canned answers, but being more authentic. He's quick to self-deprecate, make fun of himself a little bit. He can kind of mix it up in that way. So,
and he's the player rep, too.
He's also the MLB player rep.
Yeah, he's the rookie bitch.
That's what,
well,
he claims.
What he said. It seems harsh to me.
And nor is he really a rookie.
Yes, his third year here.
Hey, and it leads to a question with me is I get asked a lot, hey, if, Jeremy, you know the young Blues players, and this is a couple years ago, if I were getting my kid a jersey, which player would you recommend? And at the time, I said, hey, listen, this young guy coming up, playing good hockey, number 18, go get your son a Robert Thomas jersey. I'm interested, like Cardinals, with all these good young players, obviously Weatherholt's at the top. Like, which player?
You got to be sure he's going to be there for a few years, because you don't want to buy the jersey again for another couple
You don't
years.
Get Vaughn on the back?
I've got one or two with those. My kids did.
Weatherholt would be a good bet.
He'd be the same, or Walker.
Yeah, Walker or Weatherholt would be. I think you'd be in good shape. It's actually, that's an interesting, because like Lars Nootbaar is someone who's obviously been here for a while, and like I think kids would certainly like. He's got a fun name, but you know, who knows what his situation is going to be like.
Wynn will be here for a while, I think.
Wynn is a good one, and number 0 I think looks good. I like the number 0, but like, as much as I would love to get a Joel Pozo jersey, old number 63, that was one where you might be like replacing it soon.
It would be a good one, though, to have.
It would be sweet. It would be a sweet
novelty jersey.
It'd be a sweet one to have forever. But yeah, it's a good question. But you immediately, Robert Thomas was like your knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
When was this?
Yeah, it was 5-6 years ago. Sure. He was coming up, and then my son wanted a Snuggerud jersey, so I got that one. I was actually had the jersey in my bag. I was going back to my seat in the press box, after I bought it for my son, and Alexander Steen was standing there in the elevator, and he'd said, "Who'd you get?" And I said, "Got Snuggerud from my son." He goes, "That's a good one." I was like, "Yeah, can you keep him for a little bit so I don't have to replace this?"
This jersey. Yeah,
I once bought a Brad Boyes jersey.
Did you?
Remember him?
Number 22
as a Christmas present, and by the time I got home from West County Mall, he'd been traded.
Brutal. Yeah, there's some tough ones like that, but yeah, I think Weatherholt, Walker, McGreevy wouldn't be a bad one to get. Although some guys will change numbers. Like guys, I remember Paul DeYoung kept changing numbers when he was in St. Louis. He was 11, then 12, then back to 11, or one.
I wonder if he sold it. You know, if they get a new player who'd say, "Hey, can I have my old number back?"
Right.
I think sometimes they do that.
Yeah, that does happen. We talked to Larry Hughes. Larry Hughes was in studio a week or two ago, and he talked about Eric Snow not giving him his number that he wanted badly.
Yeah, it was a great story.
Yeah.
Well, that's why a lot of people waited to get the Jake Neighbors jersey because they figured he'd come off of 63 and change, but he's going to stick with it.
What number's Snuggerud?
21.
21?
Yep.
I always wanted to be number 14 for every team I was on.
Boyer.
Kenny Boyer. He was my favorite player when I was a little kid, so I had to be 14.
It's a handsome number.
And if someone else had it, you know, I'd pay him a couple $1,000s to get it.
Or, you know, intimidate them in the parking lot.
Yeah, tough them around a little bit.
Doug, what do you think my football number was? Do I look like a quarterback, a running back, a wide receiver,
something
a lineman?
Something in the 70s.
Yeah, your hand's going to be in the dirt.
Yeah, 60s or 70s.
Dan Deerdorf, 72.
I was 63.
Yeah.
And this is Jackson. You get a kick. Do you even know who Brian Bosworth is?
Sure, the Boz.
The Boz.
Neck
Yeah.
roll.
You probably saw the Netflix or.
Yeah, sure.
But the Boz. And so Doug, Chairman, I shaved the sides. I went spike on the top.
Oh, nice.
I go mullet in the back, but I had 63 shaved in the side of my head.
Jeff County
This is
through and
Lutheran
through.
South football.
Jeff County chic.
And here's the worst part, you know, God rest her soul, but my grandma passed away, and so I couldn't get it shaved out of there when I went to the funeral a couple
You have
nights
63.
later.
You have 63.
So I'm like at
Wear a
Cudis
hat?
walking around with all these old people with the 63.
Do you have any photos of that? You got any pictures of yourself like
We'll
that?
find. I'll bring it next time.
Oh, my God.
If I get invited back.
That's impressive that someone's able. I'd be hard pressed to be able to shave 63 into the side of
Or
someone's
to
head.
grow thick enough hair to make a 63.
Yeah, Lord knows I'd struggle with that. How does it feel now that you don't have the hair and that while you had it, you used it in such a reckless way?
I'm glad I did it at the time.
Yeah, really. Yeah, at that point, you're like kind of living. It's like a bucket list kind of thing.
But yours looks great. Did you do the dong for Jackson or just Tim?
Usually just Tim.
Okay, the hair looks great.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank to Healthcare Evolution, our friends over at Healthcare Evolution, for some of the treatment work. And give them a call if you think that you might be a candidate for something like this. You know, not necessarily, no offense, JR, but when you're kind of, it's all gone, who knows? But if you're someone like me who's like, can see the writing on the wall, Healthcare Evolution's a good little option. Go check it out. Logan Taylor, good guy. They know what they're doing over there at Healthcare Evolution. Yeah. You know who else knows what he's doing?
Who's that?
Josh Schertz, because they scheduled Missouri coming up for next season. We'll have Josh Schertz on the program on the other side of the commercial break. How about that, Doug?
That sounds great.
Bully for us.
Yeah.
You're listening to The Morning After as we close our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour and head into our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is The Morning After, live from the Stiefel Studios, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN. Live from the Stiefel Studios. We are in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. We're starting off with a bang, JR, because on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, we have the head coach of the St. Louis University Billikens basketball program. That is, of course, co-host of the show, and especially on a day when Martin and Tim are out, big-time co-host, Josh Schertz on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Coach.
Hey, morning, guys. Appreciate you having me on. I'm not shocked. I was at the race on Sunday. Martin was there in a suit. He was, in a racing suit. He looked like Ricky Bobby walking up there talking a lot of trash. So I'm not surprised he's taking some time off to maybe, think about, what happened up on that stage to him.
Yeah, he texted me that you were the grand marshal of the race. Is that correct?
I was the grand marshal of the race, so I was up there as well, but I wasn't dressed up in the full racing outfit like Martin. He came up and talking about excellence, and if you ain't if you're not first or last kind of stuff, and so he was talking a lot of trash to those drivers up there. They didn't seem too happy.
Yeah, he's special. Did you enjoy your experience at the race? Seems like it would be a great time.
It was a good time. It really was. Bomarito and they do such a good job putting that on, and fans. I mean, it was a lot of people there. Probably, I don't know, 30, 40,000 is my guess. But John Bomarito, his team, does a great job putting it on. Fans were rallying around it, and it's amazing to think about. I was in the pace car and we were doing a lap. I think we did 3 laps, but we got up to 140 plus, and just how fast that is on the track. And thinking about those guys going, they can go over 200 miles an hour. I know in the race they're probably doing 190, but just thinking about the skill and the ability to shift down, it's a lot more to it than you think if you're a novice like me, just watching on TV, watching guys make a bunch of lefts.
Did you hit up Bomarito for a little NIL money? Come on, loosen your purse strings, John.
I need to. I need to pull. Yeah, we got to. I want to see what the net revenue was from that event. That I'm going to hit him up and be like, look, I gotta have a appearance fee.
Sure.
Too dumb to charge that. I went for free. I should have next year. That's why I need you negotiating for me.
Yeah,
that could be your agent. Summer workouts just getting underway yesterday, Coach. Is that accurate?
Yeah, first day yesterday. So guys were trickling in late last week, and and then a whole group came together on Sunday for our first meeting, and then yesterday was first step. So we were here through early August. They'll have a break after July 3rd, I think till the 12th or 13th, and then finish up in early August. So we have, I think, a total of like 32 practices is what it's going to work out to between now and the end of the summer to kind of, lay a foundation and start building and, kind of the base of how we want to do things.
That seems awfully early. Has it always been like that, or did they start practicing a little earlier in recent years?
It's recent years, and probably recent years. Like, I've only been Division I. This is my 6th year, so it's been the whole time I've been in Division I. I think it was before that, so maybe a decade or so, give or take a year. But yeah, so it was a different challenge for me because we didn't have that. I was Division II coach. And you couldn't work with your guys in the summer, so it was a unique kind of deal when I got in. Of like, all right, you can practice. How much do you practice? What do you do? How do you approach June and July? And it was a little bit of you got to make sure you're not everybody's doing it. Everybody does it differently, I think, but you got to make sure you're getting work done. And we're always tweaking it, trying to look at the best way to maximize the window without doing too much. You don't want to get it stale, and you want to pace yourself, but you also need to make sure you're not wasting any days. I think there's a balance of, you got to come in and you got to get work done. You got to be productive every single one of the days you have a chance to be on the court. But then on the flip side, you don't want guys to come back in August and be like, oh my God, we're practicing again. And, practices can get stale. It's a very long season. You hope to be playing into the end of March, early April. So that's a 9.5, 10-month run if things go well for you.
And, Coach, I'm a big fan. I love hearing your interviews on the show. I don't know if Doug's going to allow me to use this term vibe check, but I was going to ask you.
Boy, that's
vibe
tough.
check, Doug?
That's tough.
Yeah.
I'll let it go.
Let it go. Mm-hmm. Coach, that's what I was going to ask you is the great season that you guys had and then some time off and then you guys get back in the same room, same floor. What's that feeling like? Can you see it in their eyes, the success they had and they're ready to get back at it?
Yeah, I think so. I think the group, we've got a lot of guys back that experienced a tremendous amount of success last year. But, it's I think that can help you because it gives you a confidence in terms of what you can accomplish. And we had a lot of guys who were, major parts of that. And we got other guys who maybe didn't play as much, but we thought, still contributed in a significant way. And so I think that gives you confidence as long as you have the humility to understand, how hard the road will be, how difficult it is to win, and that, nothing carries over, right? You get to wherever you get to in a season, the season ends, and everybody, whether you're Michigan and you won the whole thing, or you're St. Louis and you got the round of 32, or you didn't even make the postseason, you walk back down the mountain, you get back to the base, and everybody restarts, recalibrates, and it's a whole new climb, and teams are different. Even though we have a lot of returners, our returners are different. They want more. They've worked hard to improve. We got 6 new players that are coming in and adapting and acclimating. And, I think, Sam Presti said it pretty well talking about the Thunder, is you're not trying to repeat outcomes. You're trying to repeat processes. And we're trying to not just repeat, but improve our process from last year. And that was a lot of things. That team had great intangibles. And if this team has similar intangibles, it's going to be a great year for Billiken fans and our program.
Josh Schertz, our guest here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Coach, major headlines in the offseason with the announcement that the University of Missouri and SLU will be playing this season. Tell us, if you could, a little bit about how that all went down and then your excitement level for facing the cross-state rival there.
Yeah, that was actually, Dennis reached out to me, about the game. And, originally I was obviously, very pleasantly surprised. And, he reached out about, originally was going to, did we want to do an exhibition? Did we want to play a regular game? Certainly we preferred the regular season game. And as we discussed more, we kind of landed where we landed. And, I said it yesterday, and I think people maybe, misconstrue what I was saying in terms of, them not doing us any favors. Look, Dennis Gates wakes up every day with one job, and that is to do the very best he can for University of Missouri basketball. And he's done a very good job over the 4 years, got incredible respect for him. He's a terrific coach. They've got a really good program. I think this will be, have a chance to be maybe the best team they've had. They certainly, from a talent standpoint, are, one of the, 10, 15 best teams in America. So, but his job is to get up and do the very best for the University of Missouri basketball team and what he thinks helps them. And so when you look at this game, whether it's, thinking that it can really help your NCAA tournament resume as a quad 1, quad 2 game against St. Louis. The fact that, you're playing in an Enterprise Center, 19,000, that both fan bases are passionate enough and invested enough that place will sell out, and you're going to be playing in front of 19,000. They certainly are aggressively attacking the St. Louis market, both for players and certainly all of us in this NIL business world. So on a lot of levels, it makes sense. It makes sense from, for both teams from an NCAA tournament perspective. We feel like, we're going to be pretty good. They certainly believe they're going to be very good. We certainly have fan bases that are really passionate about the program, and that'll create an incredible environment, in the Enterprise Center, and a great opportunity for both programs to play in front of 19,000, all the benefits that come with doing that. And then there's just the ancillary benefits of the game. So it makes a lot of sense, and it's really good. I mean, it's really good for us. It's really good for them, and that's what I meant, is it's a win-win for both programs in terms of whatever avenue you want to talk about it. I think it's a great game for both St. Louis and University of Missouri, and glad to do it here in the Enterprise Center. I think it's a really good day for Billiken fans, Tiger fans, or just basketball fans in the state of Missouri.
I would think your players would love it. Maybe even be a little bit more focused and more determined, knowing they got a big game like that coming up.
Yeah, I think, we looked at our non-conference schedule in the first meeting, and, we're talking about, we're playing a top 20 Nebraska team on the road October 9th, an exhibition. We think we're going to have another Power 5 exhibition. You open up with Lehigh, who, made the NCAA tournament last year, be projected back in and play Missouri in your second game. I mean, you go through the list. High Point, who won a game in the tournament. You got an incredible schedule. We can go through it, but, you have all these high leverage games, starting in October and all the way through December before we get to Atlantic 10 play, which will be incredibly challenging. So, yeah, I think it creates a great sense of urgency for our guys. A great sense of focus goes back to my point of, not wasting any of the opportunities that we have programmatically to take the floor and get better, to really make sure we're sharp and focused and developing the right, habits and the right identity and laying the right foundation, here in the summer. And so, I agree. I think having those games early really sharpens focus, and that's how we get better. We challenge ourselves. We certainly know from the Nebraska game to all the way through, there's some incredible challenges in our non-conference, and our conference is going to be equally as challenging. So, but the Missouri game's a great one, and the fact we got it locked in for 3 years, I think is great for fans. And like I said, it'll give us a bell mark, kind of bellwether game early in November to really challenge ourselves.
Yeah, I can tell you, Coach, firsthand that whenever that was announced, listeners to this program were going nuts with how excited they were for the matchup, and I know that having it for 3 years is really, really cool. Also, something that happened in the offseason is the NCAA tournament expansion, and something that you've talked about before and we've talked about in this show is the lack of scheduling from Power 5 schools against mid-majors in the non-con, and I can imagine how frustrating that is from your position. Do you think that this expanded tournament would lead to more of the Power 5 mid-major games happening in the non-conference, or do you think that's something that's going to be kind of year by year?
I think it'll be year by year. I think, look, at the end of the day, one of the things that the Missouri game really does for our basketball program is it hopefully helps kind of legitimize us, as does the DePaul series, in terms of, hey, that they're playing us because it's beneficial for them. It goes back to everybody's doing what they think gives their own program the best chance to get in the field. And so I think the expanded field it maybe takes some of the pressure off, but like I said, make no mistake, Missouri's playing us because they think on a neutral will be a quad 1 game. DePaul's playing us because they think will be a quad 1 game, and a quad 2 game we go back there, right? So everybody's doing what's in their own best interest. But the good thing for us is, we have to, and, certainly we're trying to help elevate the perception of our program nationally. And games like this help do it. I think it helps us to schedule other games of like caliber. And we've seen the bump from, if you look at last year, and then you come, where we came off an NIT bid, and now you look at this year coming off the NCAA tournament bid and a win in round 1. Well, in St. Louis, this year we're going to play Missouri, we're going to play DePaul, we're going to play a High Point team that won the NCAA tournament game, right? So there's some really big games for us, non-conference, not including the other ones where, the neutral sites and all that, just in St. Louis, we have those games. And so, our schedule will be significantly upgraded, and hopefully if we can continue to sustain success, continue to win and put ourselves in the positions we put ourselves in last year, those opportunities will continue to present themselves. But a game like Missouri helps to, even though it's outside optics, legitimize us as a team that, hey, you can play these guys because you're getting a quad 1, quad 2 game, whether that's, Chaffetz on the road or at a neutral. And that's what those Power 5s are hunting, to give themselves the best chance. They want to play, this wins above bubble deal is a big thing now. And the more games you can play, I call them house money games because, you're really playing with house money. It's either a great win or it's a good loss. And the more games you can play of that ilk, the great wins, good loss games, the better your chances are to position yourselves for an NCAA tournament at-large bid.
Coach, we were just talking a second ago about young kids wearing the pro jersey or their favorite player, whether it's Blues or Cardinals. What NBA jersey, what college jersey were you rocking growing up? Did you have, I'm picturing you in a Seattle Supersonics Kemp jersey. What'd you have?
Oh man, I was younger. I followed obviously Patrick Ewing. I was a Knicks fan. Mark Jackson. Those were the '80s Knicks. Bernard King. I grew up in New York, so those were my kind of guys growing up. But then I was a huge Kobe fan when he played. But I grew up a Knicks fan, so that was my team growing up. John Starks. That whole crew. That was where I kind of cut my teeth in basketball.
Can we get an update on Robbie Avila? Where is he going to play this year?
Robbie is going to play, I believe, it looks like he'll play NBA Summer League, I believe with the Jazz. I don't know if it's 100% confirmed yet, but I think with Utah Jazz, looks like that's a likely landing spot for him in the NBA Summer League. And then we'll we'll see how it goes. But he's had a bunch of NBA workouts. Deion's had NBA workouts. Both those guys are looking to get summer league opportunities, and I think Robbie will be back up here next week. So hopefully, we'll get him playing with the scout team against our guys and get him on the court. Now we'll see, but he's going to be up here working out. I think, I believe next week, along with Julian Larry, who played for us at Indiana State. So those guys are headed up this way to spend some time and work out with here in the facilities and just spend time around us, which is always great.
Love to hear that. Coach Schertz joining us today. Appreciate Coach Schertz hopping on with us. Before we let you go, Coach, you just mentioned it. Knicks fan growing up, Brooklyn, New York native. What are your thoughts so far on the NBA Finals with the Knicks trying to get their first championship since 1973?
I know, it's crazy. It's been that long. It blows my mind that it's been that long. It's been a really interesting series. In a lot of ways. San Antonio controlled big parts of Game 1 and Game 2. Knicks were just so much better, when it mattered most in both those games. And then last night, it kind of flipped on its head a little bit, and some big-time plays from the Spurs. I think, the Knicks are obviously playing incredible. I mean, to win 13 games in a row in the regular season is incredible. To do it in the playoffs is pretty remarkable. But Knicks are still in control. I mean, Game 4 at home, they take that. Be hard to beat them 3 times in a row. So they're in control of the series, but it's been awesome to watch. I'm amazed at how young and talented the Spurs are. I mean, you think about the amount of guys under 22 years old playing for them, whether it's Wemby or Castle, Harper, Carter Bryant. I mean, there's just this group of guys that are all under 22 years old and doing what they're doing on the biggest stage. But that OKC series, I think, took a lot out of them.
Yeah, would agree. Coach Schertz joining us today. Thank you so much, Coach, and best of luck with the continuation of the summer workouts. And I know that we look forward to talking to you the next time because you're a wonderful co-host, especially on days when Martin and Tim are out. I hope we performed up to your standards.
Oh, you got to listen. This was actually better than having. This was. I mean, you guys running the show, whole different level of elevation. So hopefully, Martin and Tim get back to work at some point and stop, just taking the summer off and relaxing. We need those guys back, trying to get some stuff done and being productive.
That's right. Distance is created when it's hottest out, Doug. That's when distance is created.
Distance is created when it's hottest outside.
Thanks so much, Coach. We appreciate you.
Have a great day, guys. Talk soon.
Thanks,
All right,
Coach.
thanks, Coach.
Coach Josh Schertz, he of the SLU Billikens, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Love talking to that Coach Schertz.
He's great. He's great. And you guys have been doing these interviews for a long time, but I just love when the coaches come to town and develop a relationship.
Agreed.
And, explain some things, talk about some things, give you some behind the scenes, which you did there with Doug's question. You got some, Avila working out with some team.
Yeah. And the Mizzou game makes so much sense that it's kind of hard to believe it actually happened.
I know.
And I'm sure he played a big role in getting it done.
Sure.
Billiken fans and Mizzou fans, a lot of them, have wanted this kind of thing to happen for years.
Yeah.
And now it's going to happen 3 years in a row here.
Yeah. And he's great. Yeah, he's also been asked that question a bunch. He did some interviews yesterday at Shea Fitz. He also did some interviews at the Raceway, talking about exactly what he said with us. He's like, Mizzou isn't playing this just for to appease the local fan base. They think it's going to be a quad 1 win on a neutral floor, and they think it'll be a great win early in the season. And we think the same thing, that we can have an opportunity to pick up a sick win. So, this is not like some sort of charity game. It's a game for keeps, man. And I think it's great. I think if both programs are elevated to that level where both think it would be a great win to have if you can get it, I think that's so great for the St. Louis basketball market.
That soundbite would have been a good lead.
Oh, you think it would have
been?
Him saying that,
would have been.
Yeah, and at the same time, you'll have a sold-out building.
For sure.
The players will get jacked up playing it.
Big time.
People will talk about it for a week. It's perfect for both teams.
Yeah. Well, I think it's great. I think SLU. I think Josh Schertz would be on board with it. I know he's talked about him. We had Brad Underwood on the show, and he said he'd love to do it. A SLU Illinois game I think would do great. I think anytime you can play, if you have fan bases in the same city, like with St. Louis kind of being in this, where fans you might have people who are fans of Missouri, SLU, and Illinois simultaneously. If you can get more games with those 3 teams involved with each other, I think it's better for everybody. And all three programs are in a really good place. A really good place.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, your mom's lesbian lover says Schertz is a freaking stud. So genuine and charismatic. If I played for him, I'd run through a brick wall for that guy. Do you like that phrase, run through a brick wall?
I guess I don't mind it. I don't think anyone has ever really run through a brick wall. Have you ever seen somebody run through? I saw there was that famous video of the baseball player, I think minor leagues, ran through the looked like it was a plywood wall. Remember that outfielder chasing the ball went right through the wall years ago? I don't think I've ever seen anyone run through a brick wall.
I'm surprised. I'm shocked. I didn't think you'd have time for that phrase.
Oh, no, I think it's okay. It just is such a nice visual.
About time Mizzou tucked in their skirt to play in a regional team. That's from the 314. Good text.
Yeah, I think Mizzou should play Missouri State, SEMO, St. Louis U. They should tour the place.
They played SEMO last year.
Yeah, well, they should. I think they should play all of them every year.
Played Illinois. So I think they do play regional teams. It just might not be the regional teams you necessarily want.
I would just like to see the big state university play all the other state universities.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm not saying they're dodging anybody. I just think it'd be kind of a cool thing. You play a bunch of who cares games, so why not spread some of that money around to the other local schools?
There was a question on this text machine, kind of a good point, and I'll ask you guys. It said, what if you're a fan of both teams? So let's say 67-67, 3 minutes to go. Who are you pulling for if you're a fan of both teams?
I mean, I think that you can be a fan of both teams while, like, maybe leaning one way or another. Like, if you're someone who went to Mizzou or someone who went to SLU, you might have love in your heart for the other school, but you're ultimately going to root for your favorite team. Like, I don't know too many people who are totally split, like, feel the same passion they do for one team or another. Usually, or at least from my experience. Like, for me, I love SLU and I hope they do great, but I will absolutely unabashed, like 100% be rooting for Missouri.
Yeah, that's what the text machine said too. That
I mean, it's not even like the doubt wouldn't even enter my mind to root for anybody else. But that's my favorite team. You know.
But so you are that way, and me being a fair weather basketball fan, and I grew up in St. Louis. I love SLU. I love Mizzou. I jump on, even necessarily when they're playing well, but if they're on TV, I'll watch it. But yeah, that's a situation where I wouldn't know who I'd be pulling for.
Yeah.
Doug?
Yeah, I'm the same way, fan of both teams. But I've gotten to know a lot of the SLU people now. I don't really personally know anybody at Mizzou anymore. So I guess when it came down to that, if it came down to the buzzer beater, it wouldn't bother me if SLU won the game. Wouldn't bother me if Mizzou won the game either. But, just knowing personally some of the guys at SLU, I guess maybe I would lean towards them.
All right, so we got SLU.
Makes me a bad Tiger,
We got Mizzou, and I'm neutral, so 1-1-1. Chairman, you got to break this.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Who am I rooting for?
Black and gold, baby. Am I wrong? You'd root for SLU? What the hell's wrong with you guys?
I think I'd be Billiken proud in that one.
Just because we know the head coach.
Tough day on Tiger board for the Deuce of you. I'm glad I'm on the right side of history here. This is baloney. When will we get to the Missouri River Otters segment? That's from Mrs. Janie Shanahan.
They're not with us anymore.
Undergrad at Mizzou, masters at SLU, and SLU is notoriously the underdog. I think it benefits SLU more to win, ? It's a tough call for me. It's 3-4. I think there's a lot of people like that. Doug the sellout. That's from Little Judy Simpkins. You guys are a bunch of cucks. That's from 314. Thank you. Yes, they're saying what I can't.
That's what's coming for the next 3 years every time these teams play.
And I like that. I think that's so good for the market. I think the natural rivalry, even though, they don't play very similar teams for the rest of the season, it's not like Mizzou, Illinois in a way, because both Power 5 schools. That's not disparaging SLU in the slightest, because, again, I agree with Coach Schertz that I think it's a quad one game on a neutral floor. I just think that it is like a more good-hearted rivalry that will come in the next couple of years.
I just can't believe that it happened. Like I said, lifelong St. Louisan, wrote at the Post-Dispatch, big-time sports fan, watched both teams growing up. And Doug, you read Bernie bits over the years, and it's like, these guys should play each other. Why don't they play? And years and years, 10, 15, 20 years of talk about it. And then all of a sudden it just gets announced overnight.
And it apparently got done real quickly, too. All it takes is one phone call from coaches willing to do it.
And that's the thing. I think it's like the coaches being like, all right, let's get this done, really moves the needle more so than anything, and more than any booster group, more than any, even athletic director. I think the coaches buying into it and wanting that is what makes the difference. And, I think with all three of I'm not saying anything bad about Lindenwood or SIUE. We've had Coach Brian Baroni on the show from SIUE, and he's great. But I think when you talk about Mizzou, SLU, Illinois, the three coaches, you're in a really good place with all three. I think that they've proven to be winners on the floor, but also high character guys off the floor and very personable when you talk to them. So I think if you're a basketball fan in the city of St. Louis, especially college basketball, you're feeling pretty good about where things are.
I don't remember seeing SLU play Lindenwood or SIUE. Have they done that in recent
They played
years?
Lindenwood. Yeah, they played Lindenwood last year.
That makes sense to me. They should
and
play
I
them
think
too.
SIUE as well. Maybe I'm off on that. Mizzou played SEMO last year. And then Illinois, I don't know their schedule off the top of my head. I'm just shocked to see Missouri is going to drop one of their junior high school teams to play a team like SLU. It's from the 618. Boy, people are great. They forget that SLU played, what was that, Principia College? What the hell was that team?
217, the only reason anybody's listening is for an update on Tim. Where can we send the flowers?
Oh, Tim is hopefully on the mend. He is ill today, as is Martin, but we're so grateful to have Jeremy Rutherford, the Athletic, in here. We appreciate JR, and you've been great.
This is fun and easy.
You've been great.
I wonder, could I set up a situation, though, where, because you guys got an ardent fan base here, have some people send some flowers to my wife, and then I'll just take credit for them.
Oh.
They'll think they're sending them to Tim. And
Might be able to do that. Where would you want them delivered to?
Yeah, it's going to be tough when after that comma says Imperial.
That's extra shipping.
Yeah, right. It's got to go through Imperial first for quality control, and then it'll be shipped off.
And then she'll
to
be
Carport Village.
She'll hear El Camino pull up in the driveway.
Is that what you're driving?
No, that's a delivery guy.
T-top, probably. Yeah. Have you guys officially issued the swamp ass alert for the weather today? The Fats will be really sweating today. It's from Larry Bird's Trash Truck. Yeah, speaking of which, what's the weather today? Doug, I know you're out there wondering. The high today looks about 80. 91 is the high today.
Yeah, it's supposed to get kind of ugly.
It was muggy yesterday. After all that rain yesterday, it was, you talk about swamp ass.
So we have to dress for the Arctic conditions of the studio sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's about 50 degrees in here.
Literally the only reason I brought a jacket, because you guys talk about how cold it is.
Yeah, you don't know what the weather conditions are going to be here.
Tomorrow, a high of 94, Doug. Thursday, high of 95. Boy, summer has arrived. But then you look to next week, Doug.
Yeah.
Next Wednesday, high of 77.
Oh.
You can get down with that.
Sure.
Yeah, now we're talking. But a lot of rain in the forecast as well. Although, like yesterday was like really bad for a while, but large chunk of the afternoon was pretty nice weather.
Yeah, it was.
Real odd.
You almost could have played golf.
Yeah, I know. We
Did
didn't
that tournament get canceled? Or
I know me and Tim did not play, but I believe it still went on. You gonna let JR talk hockey at all papers? Too much B-ball. It's from Starvin' Marvin. No problem, Starvin' Marvin. What we're going to do is we're going to take a commercial break.
That was in condition. I come in, no hockey talk.
Yeah, I can be coerced. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back, and we're going to get JR's thoughts on the Stanley Cup Finals, in addition to Ken Rosenthal speaking on what he thinks the Cardinals' outlook will look like as they approach the trade deadline. He's higher on the Redbirds than I think some people might be, even in St. Louis. So we'll have that. We'll also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, where you can send in your submissions the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chairman will filter those, and we'll read those at about 9:45, reveal the winner at about 10:55. This is the Morning After. We're in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. You're listening live from the Stiefel Studios, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from 101 ESPN.
Lifetime Roofing online at lifetimeroofingstl.com, serving the St. Louis metropolitan area since 2005. It's veteran and locally owned business. That's Dustin McClendon and his team at lifetimeroofingstl.com, or by calling 314-800-0426. They are award-winning and A-plus rated, and you can ask about their literal lifetime warranty on new roofs and James Hardy siding. High-end customer experience, dedicated project management from start to finish, with detailed inspections before every project. No surprises mid-job. That's so important if you are looking to tend to your roof. Clear scope, clear pricing, and no change order games. With Lifetime Roofing, online at lifetimeroofingstl.com, or by calling 314-800-0426.
the TMA. Come give us a chance, we'll make your day. Our shenanigans will never leave you bored. Did you just say that? Good Lord. So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Delightful little tune there,
I
though.
love this tune. It's a shame the show never took off.
Yeah. Well, I'd never say never. You're listening to The Morning After. Live on 101 ESPN. We are in the Stiefel studios coming up on the polls, plus Dossier will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. But we have JR in the building filling in for the ill Tim McKernan and Martin Kilcoyne, so it's only right to ask the Blues writer for The Athletic about his thoughts on the Stanley Cup Finals so far. JR, after that thrilling double overtime win for VGK on Saturday, where are you at with this series?
I don't like the way he said thrilling, Doug.
Well, it was.
Did you sense some sarcasm?
Yeah,
What do you
let's
mean?
get it over with.
No, it was thrilling. Thank Chairman's not shaking his head, knowing I was genuine about that. I was at a cocktail lounge, and I saw the game up on the television, and I go, 4-0, nothing much to see there. I go get a couple beverages, maybe use the bathroom, come back 4-2. Look down for another second, 4-3. What the hell's going on? Next thing I know, they're in overtime. How did this happen? I arrived at the bar and it was 4-0, and less than an hour later, they were in overtime. So it was thrilling.
Yeah, okay. I'll take you for your word here. It sounded a little sarcastic, but and I know you were busy because somebody asked you a couple days ago yesterday if you hooked up Saturday, and you would not answer. So
correct. Well, a gentleman never kisses and tells.
I know you were busy. Hey, listen, I'm an open book here. I watched most of the game, but I was bringing my son home from the batting cage when they scored the 3 goals in 39 seconds.
Sure.
So it's 4-0.
It's hard to blame you when it happens literally that fast.
Yeah, and Marner is getting ready to make it 5-0 on a penalty shot with his 4th goal. And all of a sudden, I look down at my phone and I see the update, and it's 4-3. I mean, it just insane. And so, sometimes you get wrapped up, whether it be the Super Bowl or, the World Series or Stanley Cup. Is this the best ever? When the Rams game ended, that's the immediate question was, is this the best ever? Like, when people talk about this Stanley Cup series, it's starting to get to a point where it's going to rank up there.
Yeah,
I mean, you're talking
been great.
Multiple overtime games, multi-lead changes in the first 2 games, teams coming back. And then what we saw the other night with the hat trick for Marner, and then that wasn't it wasn't enough until the second overtime. So I think it's been fantastic. I think you'll have a storyline going into tonight's game. Do they go back Carolina with Frederick Anderson, which they may, or do they go with Brandon Bussey, who came in and played well the other night? It's a good series. If you would, maybe just quit rewatching last night's NBA game and give the NHL a shot. You might get caught up
There's
in
a chance I tune in tonight. Depends how the Cardinal game goes. If that game's tight, I got to be honest, I'll probably be watching that.
Do we have Larry Nickel on hold?
Boy, just for anyone out there who's like, you guys are talking hockey, Jackson sucks, all he wants to talk about is basketball. I brought up hockey.
Sure you did.
I brought up hockey.
Absolutely.
JR wasn't watching.
Jax, no hockey.
JR wasn't watching. I brought it up and then wanted to go to Larry Nickel,
Let's
who
do it.
is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, luckily enough, for the WWE Recap. Larry, good morning.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Hello, Nixie.
Nixie, you texted me, is the guy covering for Martin want to talk WWE wrestling? I said, of course. Let me introduce you over the phone here. This is Jeremy Rutherford. He writes for The Athletic. He's a wonderful fill-in host of this program. He comes on every Wednesday during the hockey season. JR, meet Larry Nickel, a living legend.
Larry, this is a moment in my life that I don't know if I'll forget.
Thank you, Jimmy.
This is amazing. I've listened to you for years. I can't say that I'm a massive wrestling fan, but I do want to share this with you. I told Jackson during the break when you called in that my father, Wally, worked at the Chase Park Hotel when I was growing up, and that's when they had the wrestling down there. And so
At the Coruscant room.
Yeah. Yeah, and so he would come home and tell me the guys that he bumped into, and I was in awe. So I don't have any autographs. I don't have any memorabilia I could pass your way, but just letting you know that what a fun job my dad had rubbing shoulders with all your heroes down there.
Well, thank you, Jeremy.
What a kind start. I like we're off to the right foot. Hey, Larry, was it your birthday a couple days ago?
My birthday was on Friday last week.
Oh, happy birthday, Larry.
Happy birthday, Larry.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so what happened on the show last night that we need to know about? Sorry, what?
That's all I was going to say, Joe. Thanks for taking the words out of my mouth.
Okay. What happened on the show last night that we need to know about?
Well, last night there were 2 more first-round matches in the King and Queen of the Ring tournaments.
Okay.
For the Queen of the Ring, it was between Becky Lynch, Alexa Bliss, Chelsea Green, and the current Women's World Champion, Liv Morgan. And the winner of that fatal 4-way match was said champion, Liv Morgan.
Wow. How do they do it that when there's 4 of them all in there at the same time?
They do it like any regular triple threat match, but yet there's a fatal 4-way, first pin or submission wins the match.
Okay.
And of course, I said Liv Morgan won the match.
Yes, she did.
Certainly the woman. And then for the King of the Ring first round match, it was Javon Evans, Seth Rollins, and 2 other people, which I can't read my own writing.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter, really.
He's reading it. I always thought this was from memory.
I know, but I keep notes because that's my show prep, Jeremy.
Yeah, more than we do.
Anyway, Javon Evans won the fatal 4-way match to advance to the semifinals of the King of the Ring tournament.
Fun stuff.
Anyway,
okay.
Well, while I was on the subject of title matches, since I was talking about the Women's World Champion earlier, there were 2 title matches for both versions of the Intercontinental Championships, the men's and the women's. For the men's Intercontinental title, it was Penta versus WWE Hall of Famer and the new general manager of the Mexican promotion AAA, Rey Mysterio. And the winner of the match, and still men's Intercontinental champion, Penta. And after the match, Rusev and Ethan Page came out and ripped Rey Mysterio's ass off, and they had to cover his face up. And then Chad Gable, who lost his mask versus mask match down in Mexico, he came out and saved the 2 Mexicans.
Oh. Why do they wear masks?
Because in Mexico, that's a symbol of the culture down there in Lucha Libre wrestling.
Okay. And they ripped it off him.
Yes, he did.
What an insult.
Yeah, it was an insult to all luchadors that wear masks.
Okay.
Did Mr. Fuji come out then?
I think Mr. Fuji's no longer with us.
Oh, no. That's news.
Yeah, now I'm going to digress back to what I called in for, which was to recap you guys the Green Dog.
Yeah, you can't shake this guy off his talking points.
And for the Women's Intercontinental Championship, it was current champion Sol Ruka, who got called up to the main roster not too long ago. She went up against Lyra Valkyria, who was the inaugural Women's Intercontinental Champion. And the winner of that match, and still Women's Intercontinental Champion, Sol Ruka.
Sounds like an action-packed show.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Larry, you wouldn't by chance have the top 5 countries in the world?
Please, I've been waiting for this.
What are these countries?
Yeah, thanks for asking, Jackson.
You bet, brother.
Number 5 will be Italy.
Italy, number 5.
Number 4 will be Australia.
Australia, number 4.
Number 3 will be Brazil.
Brazil comes in at number 3.
Yeah. Number 2, Canada.
Canada, number 2.
And number 1, United States of America.
United States of America.
There we go.
Still number 1. All right.
Boom, baby. Larry, thanks so much for hopping on with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines for the WWE Recap. God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
All right, thanks, Nixie.
Thank you, Larry. That's Larry Nickel.
Okay.
Joining us live. Giving us, boy, I like those top 5 countries. JR was telling us in the commercial break that he really enjoys when the countries get ranked.
And Big Tough, we should have asked him. He says, "Hey Larry, when is Paul Reiser going to be returning to the top 5 countries list? It'd be huge for him."
That would be huge. Get Paul. I saw he was in The Boys, the TV show The Boys this season, and I was like, "Oh, great to see Paul Reiser again."
Yeah, it seems like it's been 30 or 40 years.
So did you guys know that he was reading from the notes?
You know, I don't like to question Larry's process. When you have someone who's so good at their craft, you don't necessarily, you don't want to know how it's
and the information is so darned important, you wouldn't want to mess it up.
So much so that the idea of turning on wrestling in my home kind of makes me slightly ill. I was allowed to watch most things as a young man, JR. My parents let me watch pretty much anything that was appropriate, no R-rated movies when I was 8. But the one thing that could never be on the television was professional wrestling.
Was it because it was inappropriate or they didn't want to dumb you down?
My dad's like, you can watch I don't really care, but that's not going to happen.
How about roller derby? Was that off the?
I don't know if roller derby was a popular thing in the early 2000s.
Probably
I don't know. I do like the roller derby movie with James Caan, Rollerball.
Yeah,
pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
So those are the rules in Ledoux, no R when you're 8. We started watching that stuff when we were 4, and Jeff go hey,
raised on it.
Your parents would tell you to put Eddie Murphy Raw on.
Yeah, but the rating system used to be really weird. Jaws, a movie where a child gets eaten alive by a great white shark, is rated PG. They didn't really. It was either PG or R.
But you don't really see the person. You don't.
No, there's a lot of blood though, and horror in it. Yeah. Listen, if Jaws came out today, would it be rated PG? No, it'd be PG-13 probably.
I don't know.
PG? It's pretty. When was the last time you saw Jaws?
It's pretty tame by today's standards.
Robert Shaw gets eaten alive by a shark, and you see that blood comes out of his mouth.
But I think we know it was just so fake.
Okay, but there's not a chance in hell it would be right. I let you slide in the Big Lebowski take, but this I stand. I plant my feet.
I knock it off.
You've never seen Jaws?
Never seen it.
Oh, it'd be a great. It was the 50th anniversary
I saw it in theaters over the summer.
Yeah, it was 50th anniversary last summer. It would be a great time for you to hop on. It's fantastic. It's the perfect summer movie.
Does it stand the test of time though, or is
in
it
a major way? In a major way. Because they don't use the shark that much. Spoiler alert. But you don't really even see the shark.
Spoiler alert. In a movie called Jaws.
And you don't really see it until the 50-minute mark.
But when you see it,
it's terrifying.
And it's been out how long? 50 years or so?
75 is when it came out.
Isn't there a Mandela effect thing with the famous line?
People think that he says that. What's my boy's name?
Roy Scheider?
Roy Scheider says, we need a bigger boat, but it's you need a bigger boat. You're going to need a bigger boat. He says that to Robert Shaw.
The fact that movie is still in people's minds when they go to the beach today is pretty remarkable.
100%, because it's fantastic. And it was a huge book before it was a movie. It was like the summer read, the summer prior to the movie coming out.
Is there a sequel?
There's a lot of sequels. None of them are any good.
I was going to say bad.
All bad. Well, Spielberg did the first one. He didn't do any of them afterwards. So, yes, all
we didn't
bad.
need a sequel.
No, but they made a ton of money.
So popular, they wanted to do it to cash in. But
I got something for you here, though. I almost called you Jug. Join BK and 101 ESPN this Thursday from 3 to 5 p.m. at the Paymore in Maplewood, near the St. Louis area. Paymore is a great way to sell, recycle, and buy electronics. And this Thursday, you can get 20% off all in-store purchases. Plus, you can get entered to win a brand new PlayStation 5. Paymore is now open with 2 locations in Ballwood and Maplewood, and you can check out the Maplewood location located at 3212 Laclede Station Road this Thursday from 3 to 5 p.m. with BK and 101 ESPN. You can get all the details at 101ESPN.com. I teased that Ken Rosenthal audio. We will get to that in the next segment after the commercial break. We appreciate you listening here. 101 ESPN, this is the Morning After, live from the Stiefel Studios, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Michael's Flooring has been around for more than 3 decades. That's credibility when you have that kind of run. Well, that's what Michael's Flooring has. They have been doing it for more than 31 years in the St. Louis area. Online at igotfloored.com and with 3 convenient locations for those of you in the St. Louis metropolitan area to visit. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Dardenne Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. That is Michael, who truly has a passion for flooring. He wants you to know that when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best people working for him. Just come in or talk to him. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring continues to grow throughout these 30-plus years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family. He makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We'll have Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Pre-game at 6:30, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. The musical stylings of Jason Alexander. Were you a Seinfeld guy, JR?
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah.
Sure.
And Jax, I may have told you this before, but I lived with my grandparents at the time, and when it came out, my grandma was a huge fan. She's like, I love that new Seinfeld show. And I actually found an address, I think in California, and wrote a letter, said my grandma loves your show. Could you please send me something, anything? And a few weeks later, maybe months, I got an 8x10 of the cast with 4 signatures that to this day I believe are stamped.
Whatever. That's still awesome.
Yeah.
That's so cool. That's like some classic 90s, like, I really love this, so send a letter into like probably a P.O. box in California. And then, weeks later you get something likely stamped. But still, that's pretty cool to have. So I guess you had Jason Alexander, Michael Richards, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and Seinfeld sign it.
Yep.
Pretty sweet. Did you give your grandma? Did your grandma hold on to it?
I showed it to her, and then I still have it.
Really?
So, yeah.
Well, what a nice little anecdote right there.
If you want it.
Bring it in next time. I'd love to see it.
I'll bring it in.
You have it framed?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's right next to my picture of Doug Vaughn in my office.
Oh, have you got one of those?
Yeah, signed glossy.
Yeah.
I have a T-shirt signed by Doug.
Yeah.
With his face on it. He claims he has a flat head in the picture.
I have an autographed picture in my office of Joe Buck, friend of the show, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we had him on the program on Friday, bringing the heat. Dustin May looks to bring the heat tonight in Queens. Cardinals, Mets, 6:10 p.m. first pitch. 4 wins in a row for your Redbirds. They sit atop the NL wildcard standings. And Ken Rosenthal does, he calls it Fair Territory. It's his segment on the Foul Territory podcast. And yesterday, the Cardinals were a big subject of his discussion. Here's what he thinks on the outlook for the Cardinals as they head closer to the trade deadline.
Okay, let's hear it. Hit the lead.
They're not treading water. They are the top team in the National League wildcard standings. It's stunning to see this. The Cardinals up on the Phillies and the Diamondbacks and a number of other clubs as well. And they're doing this, I wouldn't call it a mirage with their pitching staff, but it is an unusual way to go about it. I'll put it gently like that. They're 26th in the majors in strikeout rate, 5th worst strikeout rate among their pitchers. I'm talking about pitching, not hitting. So strikeout rate, when it's that low from a pitching staff, you're a little bit alarmed. And kind of the poster boy for this is Michael McGreevy, who's a guy with a 2.99 ERA, but he's got the 6th lowest strikeout rate in the league, and his expected ERA is in the 5s. So you wonder if all this can keep going. And I'm not sure it can, but you know what? We're 2 months in. We're a long way into the season at this point. We're not talking about small sample sizes. And the Cardinals have shown a knack for winning. They've got a closer in Riley O'Brien who's done really well. They are a team that keeps seeming to find ways. So I like the Cardinals. I'm not going to rule them out or anything while we still see them playing well, and good for them. And, of course, Tarpsoff started in St. Louis, or at least from a baseball sense started there, and their fans are coming back to the ballpark. It's good to see. Last year was a very disappointing year for the Cardinals, and their fans were disenchanted. Disenchanted because the team lacked direction. Now they have a direction. We thought it was a rebuilding direction, and yet they're a contending team. And Chaim Bloom, in his first year as president of baseball operations, is going to face some interesting decisions at the deadline. I don't expect him to go all in, but he is going to be realistic. And if this team is in playoff position and they have justified going for some additional pieces, then he is going to do that.
Encouraging there from Ken Rosenthal.
Mm-hmm.
That is,
we've talked about these decisions that Bloom's going to have to make at the trade deadline if they're still in it.
Right.
If they're still close. But I'm of the opinion that you go for it. Any year you got a chance, you go for it. I'm not talking about trading their top prospects. But if there is a prospect somewhere who might be blocked at the major league level, like say this Blaze Jordan, pretty good hitter, Probably a lot of organizations like to have him, but if he can't handle third base defensively, he's not going to knock Burleson off of first base.
Nor do you want to move Burleson to the outfield, given
right, as good as he is at first.
Right.
So, maybe somebody like that is a trade chip. Newt Barr, probably a trade chip.
C on him.
They've been
Romero.
The Cardinals have been very fortunate so far, knock on wood, that their starting pitchers have stayed healthy.
Right, and
they haven't lost anybody in that rotation yet.
And I think I was really excited to hear the reporting that they're going to go to the 6-man rotation. I think that is crucial. I think that's such a good proactive move, because not only has Hunter Dobbins been effective in his appearances at the major league level, but you've had good starting pitching by and large. I mean, better than expected. I wouldn't say out of the park, astronomical pitching, but you've had very solid starting pitching for most of the guys, and you got to find a way to keep those guys healthy or rested. And I think adding Dobbins into the mix, going to the 6-man rotation, is such a great move. So I was very encouraged by that, because the last thing you need with a young team like this who's playing some good ball is, pitcher to go down, and now you're really reeling to find someone for that 5th spot.
Maybe they have found a way to keep him healthy, and that's by pitching him 5 innings.
Yeah, we've
often go much longer than that.
Often complained about that, but that's we talked about it last week about Liberatore and even some other guys having that blow up inning, and it usually happens closer to the 5th or the 6th, not usually so in the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. So if taking them out at 80 pitches not only keeps them healthy but avoids that blow up inning, you got to trust your bullpen, and having a guy like Dobbins in there who can make the 6-man start, or did what he did on Friday, where he closes out 4 1/3 or 5 innings damn near for a save. That can really save your bullpen. I think that's, if you're out there, Ali Marmol's on the NL All-Star staff. Dave Roberts added him to the staff. I think one of the best things about Ali Marmol is his ability to manage a bullpen. I think he's been really solid with that his entire tenure in St. Louis.
So this text we got ties into a question I had for you guys. Grady says, why can't we just stay with what we have? They're getting the job done, fighting for a playoff spot, and hopefully they can get in the playoffs. Why do we have to trade anything? And my question to you guys is, if they had to add something, obviously I've been watching this season too, so I have some ideas, but what would they need to add?
Third base would certainly be your biggest flaw offensively.
They might not make any changes at all if they stay in the race and everybody stays healthy.
Yeah.
But if a starting pitcher goes down or a position player goes down and you're just a game or two up in the wild card or a game or two down, you might want a veteran to plug that hole to try to get you into the playoffs.
Yeah, they're, knock on wood, they've been fortunate injury-wise, but if someone in the top 4 spots of that order go down, whether that's Walker, Burleson, Herrera, Weatherholt, you could really see some offensive issues coming about. So if you could get something out of third base spot, because right now they're getting nothing, just nothing out of that spot, whether it's Urias,
and haven't had anything out of center field.
No.
But that could be changing.
Yes. Now. Yeah. Nathan Church coming back into the fold, Lars Nootbaar now back and playing some good baseball. That's encouraging. But I think it's obviously case by case, and who are you getting for X player? But I'm kind of with Doug, where if it's Blaze Jordan, someone who doesn't really have a clear path to the majors in this organization, but is playing as well as he's playing in Memphis, I'm sure there's plenty of teams who would have a lot of interest in something like that. They might ask, why is he not playing in the majors? You just say, yeah, well, we want him, he's a third baseman who we don't think is right to play third base.
They'll know why. Other teams will know why.
Right.
If they're going to trade for a guy, they'll know all about him.
Right. Right. So I think that's something. Or someone like Jojo Romero, maybe even Riley O'Brien. I think you could make trades and still be in contention, still be
you
right there.
You couldn't trade those two.
Not those
two. You're going to need those two.
Yeah. Well, I think Romero maybe. I think if you were to trade someone like Romero, you're not giving up. If you trade O'Brien, that could be different.
Those are both pretty important pieces.
No doubt. But if you were to get like a nice package for someone like Romero, I wouldn't be opposed personally. And I don't think that would be leveraging your entirety, like saying we're giving up on the season. Now, if you do both him and O'Brien, yes, you are like, all right, we're not in contention.
That would be giving up.
Yes.
Smells like team spirit. You guys didn't listen to Joe Buck the other day. Stick with the plan. This is not a World Series winning team.
Right, and I don't think anyone's saying that they are.
They are sticking with the plan.
But I think you do have built up some equity with the fan base that you are not only trying to build for the future, but play for right now. And I think you have a young team that is encouraging and bringing fans to the ballpark. And so, yeah, I think Heimblum said it, I'm paraphrasing, but like not leveraging the future for the right now is an important tenet of their outlook or their plan. But also, as Doug says, what are you doing if you're not going out there to compete? So,
yeah, how would you tell a team full of players and a fan base that, listen, we're just a game out, but we don't care. We're not going to try to win this year. I don't know how you could possibly do that. You got to try to play to win every year. That doesn't mean changing the plan, trading young players. It doesn't mean any of that. But if it means picking up one veteran player who might get you over the hump for the last month of the season, I think you have to do that.
And I don't disagree. The one thing, and I always try to limit the number of times you cross-reference the two sports, but, the year that the Blues were close and they traded Paul Stastny and they got a first-round pick, and one of the players that came to St. Louis in that trade didn't pan out, but, they did get a first-round pick that led them in the subsequent years to make those trades like Braden Shen, and you get him and you move Yori Laterra in that trade, and, that leads eventually to a Stanley Cup. So, if you're close, I think you have to go for it, but I think you have to be careful, like you guys said, at what you're trading and how it could impact you in future years if you make the wrong move.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would say, well, if we could get the right package for Weatherholt or for Wynn, nobody's saying that.
No.
We're saying if there's somebody that maybe his path is blocked a little bit, or you got an extra player or two at a certain position that you could afford to move for a veteran to fill a hole, that's all I'm saying anyway.
For sure.
And I don't know how you could say, no, that'd be a bad move. We'll live and die with this exact roster all the way through. That'd be crazy.
This point really has no bearings on what we're talking about, and this is certainly not someone who probably has much trade value, but I've really liked the way Brian Torres has played for the Redbirds. I think he's fit in real well. I think
maybe he's the third baseman.
I think it's maybe. I think he's had experience at third base. I think he's such a great story of like being in the minor for so long, and he's come up and been effective at the major league level, which is really encouraging. I think the interesting thing will be like you're in a similar spot to where you're at now, or maybe like second or third in the wild card race, and you have Dustin May sitting there, and he continues to pitch well, as he has over the last month and a half or so, and maybe the market is really hot on someone like him, and that you are going to have to pay him $20 million if you want to keep him next year, as opposed to 12 like you are now. That's where I think it gets interesting, and where Heimblum will be put to the test. Yeah. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other.
And if Hunter Dobbins looked pretty good, and somebody wanted Dustin May and give you a piece for it and get out from under the contract, go back to a 5-man rotation, sure, that'd make all the sense in the world.
Right. And
or get somebody else in the minors that might give you a few starts.
That's a move right there that isn't necessarily like we're giving up on this season by any stretch of the imagination, but also being smart about how we're going to contribute to our future. And if Dustin May isn't someone you see, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, then you have a good trade value for him. The market's hot. I would totally see that move making sense.
I think my wife's text name is Cuckleberry Finn. She says, you have JR's sexy ass in the studio. Talk some friggin' puck already.
But boy, did I try. I mean, just hitting my head up against the brick wall. I tried.
Back on the phone.
Yeah, geez.
Larry, let's go to line one.
Hard
Larry.
redirect. We don't have Larry on the line. But if you're out there and maybe you're a little concerned about your dental health, may I suggest Dr. Brandon Pryor of 100 West Dental. JR, I got Tim talking about him right now.
You guys already know Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental on Manchester in Baldwin can take great care of your dental needs, but he can also help you get your sleep back. He treats sleep apnea with custom oral appliances, an alternative to a CPAP. So no mask, no machine for the right candidates. If you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked, because bad sleep catches up with you. You're not performing at 100% if you're not sleeping right at work, in the gym, anywhere. And yeah, this is still the best place for veneers, implants, full smile rehab, the bigger dental work. Visit 100westdental.com and go see Dr. Pryor. Book your complimentary sleep apnea treatment consult online at 100westdental.com.
All right, coming up on the Bowls Plus dossier, we'll have the Design Their Heating and Cooling email a day right around 9:45. You are listening to The Morning After live from the Stiefel Studios, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Michael's Bass, that's what they do. Bath renovations. That's it. Michael's Bass. It's owned by Michael. His daughter answers the phone. So you know, family-owned business. Been doing this for 30 years. All the reviews are 5-star. We had them come out, the kids' bathroom. And what do we like to say on the show? It gotten away from us. It needed to hit the refresh button. They drew up a plan. Reasonably priced. Got it done. It looks absolutely beautiful. It's amazing what they can do. And when they come out and meet and talk about the plan, it's not a sales guy. It's a former installer, so they know exactly what they're talking about. And if you're hearing this, they'll come to you. The entire 101 ESPN listening audience, yep, they'll come to you. 636-775-0800. Have them come out and see what they can do with your old bathroom that's, kind of falling apart. Maybe it's gotten a little older and you want to refresh it. They'll give you some great ideas. All the products are great, and the installers very professional from start to finish. Great product. michaelsbaths.com. That is the website to check out some of their work, and I can tell you firsthand, they'll hit the refresh button if you want to do a full renovation, or if you're just looking to replace that tub and bring in a shower, you can do that. Real simple, or more involved. They do all of it. Great work at michaelsbaths.com. Call and set up an appointment at 636-775-0800.
Welcome back. This is the Morning After. We are in the Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Doug Vaughn, Jeremy Rutherford in for the ill, Tim McKernan, and Martin Kilcoyne. We appreciate JR being here. Chairman Kurt taking phone calls, filtering emails, doing everything behind the scenes. I'm Jackson Burkett. Running point poorly, but efficiently.
No, you're doing a swell job.
Did I give a bang-up job?
Yeah, there was some text earlier. He should be the point guy.
Hell no.
I don't know if they mean of the show or the...
yeah, I could be the movie boy. I'm certainly the point
basketball
man.
Team, the TMA basketball team.
Oh, well, yeah, I keep the ball on the string, JR.
We wouldn't have much of a squad.
You don't think?
Well, you'd have to do it alone.
What do you mean?
Everyone else is old.
You're a seasoned vet.
Seasoned right out of the game.
Seasoned vet, and Tim's got a lot of bounce. Martin's got some interior power.
Is that the best word that you could come up with for
He's
Tim?
got bounce.
Chairman Kurt's got a low center of gravity.
Everybody else is 40 plus.
I don't think we'd fare well against any high school or college teams.
No.
But I think we could maybe...
Or any other five
the
guys.
fast lane keeps chirping, and, there's a couple former athletes, Super Bowl champion, NHL, longtime NHL player.
That's going to be a problem.
Anthony Stalter played some football.
And they're all younger.
Marsh played a bunch of hockey.
Yeah, I'll take Marshy.
Yeah.
That's cool, but unfortunately, none of that equates to jump shots and putting the ball in the cup. And so, listen.
But basketball at its core is a track meet. It's running up and down the court. Who can get up and down quicker?
Yeah, well, you might think that. I think it's about who puts the ball in the cup more. And I like us.
Well, you're not going to be able to because someone else is going to be so much faster.
Hey, I got a quick follow-up here. We were talking about jerseys and which Cardinals player would you want on the back of your jersey for your son. And my friend Dustin Bain, huge TMA fan, listens all the time
Shout
for years
to
and
Dustin.
years and years. He bought his son Jace a Weatherholt jersey, and Jace sleeping this morning, obviously, and waking up for school, and he woke up blanketed with a brand new JJ Weatherholt jersey.
What a treat.
And the lad was excited, so...
Hell yeah.
How about that?
And then you showed me the picture, the powder blue.
Yeah.
Do you think that you have young children. Are the kids more into the powder blue version of the Cardinals uniform? Do you see that more often with your son or your son's friends?
Yeah, my son has a powder blue Cardinal and a powder blue, blues blue, whatever you want to call it.
The new blue uniforms.
But like I've said, and I've told these guys down at the Blues 1,000 times, will you quit coming out with so many jerseys? I can't afford all these jerseys.
We read in your mailbag yesterday that the possibility of a black uniform with those hometown remixes could be on the horizon.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'm fired up about that idea.
It's almost like it's their plan to make us buy more jerseys.
It is, and what was it, a couple years ago, they put together the side-by-side of all the jerseys that the Blues wore that year, and it was like 5 or 6 jerseys.
Yeah.
And let's keep in mind, for a 13-year-old, those are $150 a piece.
And they'll grow out of them pretty quickly.
They make for easy ideas for birthdays and Christmas, but expensive ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a special gift because they are expensive. But if they are like the team official jerseys, they're usually very well, like they're embroidered properly and stitched right, where it's not going to like break on you unless you're really gaining some weight.
Hey, we're people too.
Sure, but they hold up. Whereas like you get like a jersey for like $25. It's like a T-shirt. Eventually it's going to give, but the jerseys usually have some like pretty good shelf life.
I think I told you last Christmas I went looking for a Jimmy Snuggerud jersey, and there weren't any. Yeah. There weren't any online. There weren't any at the stores, at the Rally House or anywhere. There was a few at Enterprise Center, and they were like 5 extra large, 6 extra. These things would have fit over a Buick.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest
Did you
pieces
try it
of
on?
tarp you've ever seen. Hell no.
Doug,
that's what they had.
I had to go downtown and pick up a neighbor's jersey for somebody, a friend that wanted one, and they legit didn't have any left on the shelf. But this guy was so nice and went out of his way. But I had to follow him around the store. We found a blank jersey, and then he went hunting for the N.
He had to make it himself.
I think I got an I over here somewhere.
Oh, yeah. You got to make sure you spell it because that's kind of a unique spelling on neighbors. It's kind of like a horse neigh and then boars. I've known from having to spell it through show notes. The worst was the Winnipeg series because there's so many of those damn guys. Not Winnipeg. Who'd they lose to? Was it Winnipeg? 1.6 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just slipped that in there.
Well, I just wanted to make sure before I got smoked, which I now will get
You
smoked.
will. Yeah, it's coming.
But
Wait for the first one.
Hellebuck, tough name to spell. Who's the other star that they have on Winnipeg?
Shifley?
Yes. A hard name to spell.
IEF, what?
I don't even remember. I don't even want to think about it. But spelling those names was always a pain in the ass. Mason Wynn's the one that took me a year or two.
Oh, yeah.
Because
both names are spelled weird.
Yeah, both the Y in the first name is odd, and you'd think the Y would be in the last name.
But it isn't.
It isn't. It's
No,
odd
it is
there,
not.
so very confusing.
JR sticking up for us fats.
That's right. Well, Doug's out there complaining about 5. I didn't know they made 5X jerseys.
Oh, 6. There was a 6 extra large.
Like how
You'd
big?
have to weigh 400 pounds to fit in that
Yeah,
jersey.
that's the thing. How? Because I don't even think it's like even just that. I think like a 3X would fit you if you're like short and fat. I think you'd have to be like tall. You'd have to be like a giant of a man.
Yeah. It would fit me like a dress.
6X.
Yeah. That's what they had. They have them now because I guess the demand was so great. But they didn't even have them online, which I thought was
That's crazy.
unusual.
Well, they got plenty of X's. Anything you need over there at Polos Plus, the sponsor of the dossier. They've blessed us with some wonderful TMA merch. You saw me wearing the hat yesterday. We wear a lot of the gear in here. And you can check that out at polosplus.com. Here's Tim telling you about Polos Plus right now.
PolosPlus.com, sponsor of the dossier on the morning after, and now where you can get your TMA merchandise, including the Navy Caps on the Road t-shirt. Just go to PolosPlus.com and click on the TMA tab when you get to the website, and it's all there. Hats, t-shirts, quarter zips, and more, including golf polos from a wide variety of high-quality brands: Carhartt, Travis Matthew, Nike, Under Armour, polos, quarter zips, jackets, hats, you name it. Polos Plus can do it for you in your business. This is how they have grown over the last few decades. They are local, and they've gotten to work with a lot of the people in the TMA advertising community and TMA listeners. Seth Goldcamp, James Carleton, Mark Hanna. That's exactly the kind of word-of-mouth local business supporting local business stuff that makes this show and its advertisers and its listeners what it is. So next time somebody at your office, your kid's team, your neighborhood, whatever, needs branded gear, check out Polos Plus. Send them to polosplus.com. Help support a local business that supports TMA.
That's Polos Plus, sponsor of the dossier. There's some guy who keeps texting Arbor Jack guy. I don't really know. I guess he wants me to pronounce it, and I just nailed it.
And you just nailed it.
Yeah, so tough day for him.
Yeah.
Wow, Jackson finally had a day where I didn't want to drive my car into a bridge, and then you bring up 1.6 seconds. That's from Jamie's Jockstrap.
Yeah,
Was
and
my
covering
intention.
alcoholic is texting a few. Doug, it seems like we get hit on by a lot of guys when I read
It says,
this.
JR, let's get naked and lay under a Ricky Mahar sweater.
Gosh, we should have let him do it.
Yeah,
It's
you
just,
absolutely. Meager was coming. It was
I
coming.
don't know how you get Mahar out of this felony that name.
that meager was coming hot. So I tell you what, go into the team store and ask for a custom jersey. Tell them your last name is Snuggerud and you want number 21. There's nothing they can do. They have to let you. That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage
They
Man.
don't.
I like the idea that they would bar you from doing that. Like you're about to spend money with them. They'd be like, no, you can't use a player who's actually on the team. Why do they care? But I do love Dirty Dan the Garbage Man. I think he has blue feet. Spending $150 on a jersey for a kid is effing ridiculous. Here's a T-shirt, bucko. Now leave me alone. That's from the Heiser House Hooligans.
That's if you can find it for $150. A lot of them are more expensive than
Really?
that.
More than one? I guess the sweater is, like I think of like NBA jerseys or baseball jerseys where it's short sleeve or sleeveless. The sweater is like that's a lot of material. And especially the ones with the laces, are those special made or?
Not really. And, back in the day, those were pretty fancy, but I think they're pretty common now, so not as expensive. And I haven't noticed any price difference when you get the laces.
I've said before, I think that the hockey sweater, is the best vessel for a uniform.
Vessel?
Like in terms of like wearability. Like I don't think you look, at a certain age, I think you look a little odd wearing a basketball jersey.
Yeah, like
out and about. Yeah. Well, if you wear it with no sleeves, you wear it with like a T-shirt or a long sleeve under it or a hoodie or something, it's okay. But it still looks a little odd. Baseball jersey, you're okay at a baseball game. Looks a little odd
Weird
elsewhere.
anywhere else, yeah.
Football jersey, same way. Normal at a football game, little odd elsewhere. But a hockey sweater, I feel like, is a very acceptable thing to wear in any situation.
Yeah, my mom got my wife and I Cardinal jerseys, matching Cardinal jerseys, and they had her number and my number were the date of our wedding. You know, kind of like a.
That's very sweet.
Yeah. So, well, what's not sweet is when you wear that said jersey by itself, not with your wife, to the Cardinal game, and about 10
Was it say like
rows-
his?
Yeah. I always like to tell the story and say 10 rows behind me, I was getting chirped by somebody.
Yeah.
Rutherford, you loser. Turn around and it's Barrett Jackman. So,
no.
10 rows behind me, Jax, if you're listening.
So it was your last name on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I saw one of those at the Cardinal game the other day, and it was like on number 5. It was like clearly this guy's last name on a number 5 jersey. I was like, that seems wrong for so many reasons.
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, they didn't have jerseys really.
So that's what I was going to ask. When did like team apparel be like a staple? Because I feel like, was it the 80s when like people really started wearing like T-shirts and jerseys?
Maybe. I don't know the exact date, but I know when I was in high school and college, nobody had jerseys.
Right.
I don't think there was even a place to go and buy them.
Which seems like a huge miss for the teams. Like that merchandise is now such a big part of their,
Somebody woke up someday and said, "Wait a minute, we can make a fortune. We sell these jerseys," and they did.
When did you guys switch from wearing the top hats to like the baseball hats at the games?
That was like in 1928 or so.
Yeah. Doug played baseball when in the major leaguers, they would take their glove off after playing the infield and throw it on the dirt so the next guy could use it.
I think the infielders brought the gloves in, but the outfielders would leave them out there.
No, I was watching 8 Men Out a couple months ago, and I swear they got off the field and every player on there just threw their glove down after the inning, which was, I was like, wait, what they just, I forgot that's what they used to do.
Well, the outfielders definitely. I don't know if the infielders ever did it. Maybe they did it in a movie.
I don't know how you ever catch a ball with those old school gloves, the ones that are just like the 5-finger gloves.
Yeah, I think they actually left those gloves for the guys on the other team.
Right, they had like 9 gloves total for the game. And probably 3 baseballs.
Yeah.
What's the favorite jersey you all have? It's from Chairman's Pocket Partner. All-time favorite. You probably Ken Boyer.
Probably my Ken Boyer Cardinal jersey, yeah.
Mine, and actually it involves a story that happened right here in this room. The Rams were playing one day, and I said, you know what, I'm going to be the big guy that goes to JCPenney and, in Jeffco. I had to drive up to South County and get the jersey.
Oh, drive up to South County.
Yeah.
You were in the boot heel?
Jarring.
And so I bought a Isaac Bruce Rams jersey, and I wore it. So one day I'm filling in, and we're doing the show here, Fastlane or whatever, and they say, hey, Isaac Bruce is coming in studio to do a segment with you guys. And so I tell him that story, and I said, hey, Isaac, I got one jersey, and it's yours. And he looks at me and goes, I bet it's tight.
Damn.
How'd that feel?
Damn. Getting it from Barrett Jackman, Isaac Bruce. These early 2000s St. Louis athlete stars just chirping you left and right. Where's Isringhausen? He's going to come in at you. Chairman, do you have a favorite jersey you ever had? I bet you have a good answer on this.
A favorite jersey ever?
Yeah, ever. One that you own that's very special.
I don't.
Okay.
Never been a huge jersey guy.
Fair enough.
I always liked
He wears his own.
Yeah. Call his own number.
I always wanted a Yankee jersey with number 3 on it, an old-time Babe Ruth jersey. I could never find one anywhere.
I did really cherish, I got a Mighty Ducks jersey way back when.
That's a great answer.
When the movie came out and that was popular. I also wear number 22 and everything because Ian LePerriere was my guy, JR.
Lappy.
I'm trying to think. I've had some good NBA jerseys in the past. I had the Vince Carter Raptors jersey with the cartoon dinosaur on it, the purple one.
Every time I go
sweet.
into lids up in the top, there's old school basketball jerseys, and there's an old school Grizzlies jersey. I can't remember the player's
Probably
name.
Vancouver, probably Mike Bibby.
I think that's the one.
Yeah, the powder blue one. Yeah, it's a gorgeous uniform. When baseball started, fielders wore no gloves whatsoever. Still some vintage baseball clubs around town that play the 1860 version of the game. It's in a 3-on-4.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see that. I don't think I'd want to do it.
I'm sure the balls weren't as hard as they are today either.
Well, probably and worn out.
You're playing with mush balls.
Clip that. Oh. Yeah. That better be on the drops of the week.
Someone said they have a Molina 41 jersey, his rookie jersey. That's a cool little keepsake. Reggie Miller Dream Team, best basketball player of all time. That's from the recovering alcoholic. I had a Tim Hardaway 96 USA jersey.
Of course you did.
Well, my brother gave it to me. It was like, I got a bunch of my brother's hand-me-down jerseys, and that was one of them that I thought was really cool. Number 10, Tim Hardaway.
Couldn't watch wrestling, so you guys got
God,
it.
no.
NBA.
Someone had a big Country Bryant Reeves jersey.
What if wrestling came on? Would your mother stand in front of the TV with her
Well, it was
arms out?
pay-per-view,
No,
right? It wouldn't just randomly come on.
Pay-per-view.
Was it not? Chairman, back me up. Was it not pay-per-view?
Once a month.
Okay.
Both promotions would have a pay-per-view, but you're looking at Monday Night Raw, Monday Nitro.
Yeah,
there's been wrestling on TV since there's been TV, I think.
Well, not in my home. None of my friends were into it either. It would be probably different if, at the lunch table the next morning, on a Tuesday morning, everyone was talking about, WWE.
Well, you were Ledoux.
Well, if someone was born in between 1995 and 2000 at any St. Louis area school, please text in if you and your friends had lunchroom conversations about wrestling. I can tell you firsthand that did not happen.
You guys want to guess the top 10 best-selling jerseys of all time?
We could maybe 5.
Yeah.
Jordan.
Michael Jordan, Chicago is number 1.
Yeah. Bron with Cleveland?
LeBron, number 4, and it lists all of
Okay.
How about Brady?
Tom Brady is number 5.
I guess 3 for 3.
Gretzky?
No Gretzky. There is
damning
one
for
Puck
hockey
jersey
fans
on
out
here.
there.
Well, what jersey?
Puck.
There is one Puck jersey?
One hockey jersey in the top 10.
And it's not Gretzky?
It is not Gretzky.
Sidney Crosby?
Indeed.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Penguins have a good uniform.
A couple soccer jerseys mixed in there.
Well, Messi, yeah.
Messi and Ronaldo.
Yep.
Messi, Ronaldo.
And then Jeter, Kobe, Neymar, and Mahomes rounding out the top 10.
Mahomes, yeah, that makes sense. It's crazy, only 2 football jerseys in the top 10. Went to Lindbergh, there was always a group of kids super into it. It's from the 314.
I frankly don't remember what I talked about at lunch in high school. You still remember your lunchroom conversations from high school?
Well, I didn't go to high school, no offense, in the 70s.
Oh, you
I went
son
to
of
high
a sack
school.
ass. You son of a sack
I
ass.
graduated in 2016, so it's not crazy to think of conversations you had 10 to 11 years ago.
You still remember a lunch
I couldn't give
conversation
you the
from 10 years
I
ago?
couldn't give you the damn minutes on the conversation, but I could tell you that there was 0 WWE wrestling conversation going on.
I don't remember what I talked about at lunch yesterday.
Listen, you and your spacey memory have nothing to do with me.
Oh, you son of a sack ass.
What about jerseys? That's from Sesame Timbers. I had a handsome amount of jerseys. The Yadier Molina jersey, I definitely had. Scott Rowland jersey, I definitely had. The Cardinals jerseys, a ton of.
Your kids think you're cheap if you give them a T-shirt instead of the jersey. They're
But it's
not
more
happy.
practical. You can go to the school.
But they're
and
not happy.
Okay.
It's the truth. If I don't have 150, I buy the jersey and hope he's happy.
Yeah, no.
You could never
That won't
reason with a young kid on this, but I'd rather have a T-shirt than a jersey in these St. Louis summers.
Yeah.
Agreed. I have a Cardinal jersey I wear now to games. It gets hot. Even if it's the new Nike material on the jersey, it's still
But when you're
pretty
opening
warm.
that present up at your birthday or Christmas, you don't want a T-shirt. You want the jersey.
Pardon me if you already said this, Jackson. What Cardinal jersey do you have?
It's no one on the back.
Could you wear a jersey of someone younger than you?
Sure. I don't care. Because for me, it's a couple years younger. It's not 30 years younger. No offense to anyone doing such a thing. Well, in defense, Doug was eating lunch when all they had was bread and water. It's from 314.
Hardtack. We had hardtack, and we were happy to have it.
And he was wearing his shoeless Joe jersey.
All right, we're gonna take a break. I'm pulling the plug.
Okay,
I'm gonna take a break. Before we take a break, though, I want to tell you about what's going on next Friday, Doug. Next Friday morning, that's June the 19th. TMA, that's this program, Doug. It's presented to you by Brian Crouppen, along with our radio friends from all 5 Hubbard stations, are set to team up to fill a truck for Operation Food Search with support from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken and the Happy Roof Company. You can stop by the station next Friday morning because TMA will be heading downstairs to broadcast live in front of our parking lot from 7 to 11 a.m., collecting canned goods and non-perishable food items. We'll be handing out donuts from Donut Drive-In while supplies last, and everyone who stops by will have a chance to enter to win a $500 grand prize. Now is a critical time to support as summers see a big drop in food donations, so come on out, get your food donations ready, and bring them by next Friday Friday morning, 7 to 11 with TMA and 101 ESPN out in front of Hubbard, Doug. That's 11647 Olive Boulevard in Creve Coeur. That's next Friday, June the 19th. We're going to take a break here in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Come back with more TMA live from the Stiefel Studios, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN. Live from the Stiefel Studios, we are in our Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan is out today ill, as is Martin Kilcoyne. Jeremy Rutherford stepped up in a major way to join us here for the entirety of the program, which we appreciate. And Doug, you look to your right, you see JR. I do. Who is a familiar face to us, but not on a day-to-day basis, but we're glad to have him here. And if you look to your left, on a weekly basis, you see him representing Brown Crouppen. That's Brody Herman in studio.
Brody. Absolutely. It is an honor and privilege to be on the Morning After, as always. It is the highlight of my week, without a doubt. I am so excited to be here, and so much is going on. The NBA Finals, Stanley Cup, and we've got Victor Scott demoted to AAA. It couldn't be a better week for sports. I am excited. Of course, last night I'm very upset, though. My Knicks lost in Game 3. First game at the Garden. There's a lot of celebrities there. Listen, there's a lot going on there. And why is Karl Anthony Towns only have 10 shot attempts? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I don't like it. No. And, of course, Josh Hart, who was shooting well, only gets 5 in the second half. This is not acceptable. Josh Hart needs to be playing more. This is not acceptable to me. He needs to be shooting the ball more. You've got OG Anunoby. He played great on 9 of 13 shot attempts. Jalen Brunson, 30 from 81 this playoff series. And, of course, Victor Wembanyama, 70 blocked shots. Most blocked shots by a Spur in the playoffs since Tim Duncan with 79 in 2003.
He's blocked 70 shots just in the playoffs?
Yes, I'm telling you, Victor Wembanyama, this guy's an alien. If God were to create a center, it would be Victor Wembanyama.
Okay.
He is an alien without a doubt. And Stefan Castle has played excellent defense. I'm telling you, Devin Vassell and the crew. You got Julian Champagne. You've got Dylan Harper. You've got Harrison Barnes. This team, they weren't going to let it go. Be down 0-3. Out of 164 teams in NBA history that have been down 0-3, none of them have ever come back from an 0-3 deficit. Not one iota. I'm telling you all right now. The Spurs may still win in 6. My prediction may be right, but I want my New York Knicks to win. I'm very disappointed by the outcome. Very disappointed.
Okay, get over it. Now, you and your dad, both huge Knicks fans. Did you entertain the idea of maybe going up to New York, buying some of those $30,000 tickets?
Possibly. Listen, it's not going to be the clinching game, but Game 6.
He's telling you to listen, Doug.
Game 6, you want to go up there?
I do. I want to see my New York Knicks win the finals.
How much would you pay for a ticket?
Too much. I'd pay way too much money.
10 grand or so?
Oh, I'd pay that. Are you kidding me? This is the first time the Knicks have won the finals since 1973. Ducks.
Okay.
The Knicks are going to win the finals.
You might not be able to get in for $10,000 if it's Game 6 up there.
I know there are a lot of celebrities there. I mean, you've been seeing Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, Tracy Morgan. I mean, Fat Joe, Timothy Chalamet. I mean, everybody's there.
No, you won't touch those seats for $10,000.
No, I ain't getting no courtside seats.
No,
it's tough, but still, this is going to be a series now. It's 2-1. Knicks need to win Game 4 in the Garden. This is going to be a series. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you all right now, this is something to look forward to.
So you watched last night's game with great disappointment.
I was very disappointed, Doug.
Yeah.
But you know what hasn't been disappointing?
What's that?
The Stanley Cup Finals.
Okay, good transition.
Through the first 3 games, 25 combined goals between the two teams. That is the most in a Stanley Cup since 1981. It's absolute cinema. Has 4th of July come early because there's a lot of fireworks going on in the Stanley Cup. Are you kidding? It has been an absolute treat. No doubt about that. And the Carolina Hurricanes are the first team in 1944, since 1944, when the Montreal Canadiens won the Stanley Cup, that have won a game by trailing by multiple goals, that have won a Stanley Cup playoff game in the last 10 minutes. This team has been excellent. Now they got a goaltender controversy going on now. Frederik Andersen and Brandon Bussi. Who is Ron Brind'Amour going to start in Game 4? And guess what? You can listen to Game 4 right here on 101.1 ESPN tonight. Hurricanes, Golden Knights. Carter Hart has been excellent. And Mitch Marner, fastest hat trick in Stanley Cup history. He's playing out of his mind. I can't believe what I'm seeing here from the top end talent of the Golden Knights. And, of course, it's going to be in Vegas. The Golden Knights likely to win Game 4. I think they're going to win Game 4. And this is going to be 3-1. And it's going to go back to Carolina for Game 5. Very excited about this. Who's going to be a net between the pipes for the Hurricanes? This is going to be a very interesting series. It's far from over, though. I still think it's going to go at least 6 or 7 games.
Carolina scored 4 goals in every game and has only got 1 win to show for it.
Well, the Golden Knights have scored 5 goals in each of the first 2 games they've won this series. I mean, double overtime. The competitive nature between these two teams. An experienced coach, John Tortorella, who's won a Stanley Cup before back in 2004 with the Tampa Bay Lightning, and you got Ron Brind'Amour, an experienced NHL player in his first Stanley Cup coaching for the Carolina Hurricanes. This is definitely going to be something special. I'm telling you, a well-balanced attack with the Carolina Hurricanes and the Golden Knights. They're both very well-balanced teams, and I'm excited to see where the series goes. It's been fireworks, absolute cinema between these two teams.
You seem kind of excited that Victor Scott was sent to the minors.
I couldn't be more excited.
Oh, really?
We've got to get. Are you kidding? Nathan Schertz has answered our prayers. Listen, Victor Scott.
Good he did there.
Well, hey, listen, he's Victor One Tool Scott. Listen, I wanted to be more like Willie Wilson, and instead what we've got is the next Billy Hamilton, and I want him to be more like Willie Wilson. And why are we not getting that? He needs to get on base more, Doug. You're exactly right. He's only got a 194 batting average. That's below 200. That's below the Mendoza line. I need you to be above 200.
Yeah,
get on base. I need your on base percentage to be above 300. Because Lord knows you can't hit any homers to save your life. No. I mean, he wasn't blessed with that ability, but come on. But Nathan Schertz is likely to come back soon. We need Lars Nootbaar to be back, and he is, because we got to see what his value is coming up at the trade deadline. You could shop Lars Nootbaar around, give Scott a few months in the minors, see, if he can repair some of the nuances going on. But it was the right decision. This is a new administration. Chaim Blum is now the president of baseball operations for the Cardinals. And now he's seeing what we have. This is a year for development. This is a year to think about the future. We're not on the fence anymore. We're developers. We got to think about the future. I'm tired of this. Are we contending? Are we not? If we make a wild card spot, we've overachieved. That's all I'm going to say about this franchise. If we make a wild card spot, we've overachieved with this team. I'm telling you right now, but we could chop some pieces. They're not big pieces, It's like the JoJo Romeros of the world and the Dusty Mays and possibly Lars Nootbaar could all be moved to the trade deadline. But that's not an entire sell-off.
No.
Because we've got still a lot of pieces. And I'm excited to see what Nathan Schertz can do because, he's been great on the base paths this year. He's already got 4 steals. He's got 18 RBIs. 18 RBIs. That's double what Victor Scott has. So he's had more offensive production. He has earned this spot. He has earned this opportunity. He's answered all the prayers. All of us who've been praying for a center fielder. That is what Nathan Schertz has given us, at least for now. We'll see if he's the center fielder of the future, but I believe he deserves a chance, and Victor Scott needs to work on some things, and the faith in Victor Scott is not there like it was in the beginning of the season.
No. Well, he better get turned around in a hurry in the minors because Joshua Baez is going to pass him on the pecking order.
There's a lot coming down the pike. Yeah. We've got a bright future. We got a bright future coming down the pike. I could not be more excited. And, of course, the Blues, we got the draft coming up. It's something that I don't think we're trading our picks, but, Dylan Larkin's got his 3-team list. Maybe he expands it a little bit. I doubt he's going to be a Blue, just throwing it out there. But could the Blues be moving on from some players this offseason? Been seeing names now in the trade rumors. You got Jordan Biddington. You got Jordan Kyrou. Colton Parayko wouldn't waive his no-trade clause to go to Buffalo. We're going to see if these guys get moved or not. It is going to be an interesting offseason for the Blues. I'm sure it's going to be a very busy offseason for you, Jeremy, because the Blues are going to be doing some things. It seems to be that Tom Stillman and Doug Armstrong and Alex Sean are trying to make some type of splash, trying to improve their roster, improve the synergy going into next season. If it involves trading the draft picks, we'll see what that does for the Blues. It's going to be a very interesting summer for St. Louis, I promise you. But, every time there's rumblings coming out of the locker room, it's always about Jordan Kyrou. So we'll see if he gets moved to I've heard the Sabres. Will Kyrou be moved? We'll see. I think the Blues, Jeremy, of the most likely players, who do you think is most likely to get moved? Jordan Biddington, Jordan Kyrou, Robert Thomas, Colton Parayko, of the 4 guys I just named.
Well, I can't believe that Jackson's letting somebody talk about hockey on the show. Earlier, he had Larry Nickel call in and interrupt the hockey talk.
Right. I won't allow it.
If I had to pick between all those, Brody, I'd go Jordan Kyrou.
All right. Do you just think the rumblings in the locker room, is he a guy? It's interesting. Kyrou has been an interesting study of a guy that it always seems, I don't want to say negative, but there's always rumblings about him. It's always, there's something not right. Is it just a bad fit for the Blues, or does the coaching staff just need to move on from Kyrou? What has been the problem with Kyrou?
Well, I think when you look at that group of guys that you talked about, there could be reason, Binnington, you want to keep him to have a tandem in place. So, with the long season. Parayko, I don't think he'd waive unless it's going to be an absolute perfect situation. Robert Thomas, I don't think they're going to trade. So it's a little bit process of elimination / I think they want to do something significant. And I think that while he has the talent, does he really fit the type of player Alexander Steen wants on the roster? And I think if they could move him, they would.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you think the Blues have the captain currently on the roster? Do you think the Blues have a leader on their roster? Do you think the Blues need to seek out leadership to improve this team?
I think they got a couple good leaders on the team, and I think we saw the development of Robert Thomas late in the season last year in terms of stepping up and taking on that role. So I haven't spoken to Robert in the last few weeks, but I think that he wanted to have a talk with Alexander Steen, see where they were headed, and it looks like they have a lot of faith in Robert Thomas, and he wants to be back, so you could see him as the captain. And whether it's next season or 5 seasons from now, I think Jake Neighbors is going to wear the C at some point.
You do. You have that much confidence in Neighbors being a building block for the Blues. What are the building blocks? You think Dvorsky, Snuggerud, what are the building blocks for the Blues that if Jeremy Rutherford is general manager of the Blues, I'm keeping these guys. I don't want to have them be moved.
Well, I think you got to have Jimmy Snuggerud. I think you have to have Dylan Holloway. I think Robert Thomas, we just talked about, has to be in that group. And you got to have Jake Neighbors, another one. And then on the D, I think you're looking at Philip Broberg probably first and foremost. A lot of those other guys are kind of young. And, will Parayko still be here when they win? I don't know. But Broberg, to me, is the building block on that blue line. And then Joel Hofer. So how's that for a group?
I think it's great. I think it's great. Do the Blues need to improve on the defense? I think they do. I think the biggest need the Blues for the past 2 seasons has been defense. When we don't have a good enough defense, I believe, to help our goaltenders out. I think our goaltenders are underappreciated, and I think our defensemen have not done a valid job. I'm very disappointed in Cam Fowler. Do you think we need to improve the defense, and should this be a priority going into the draft considering the defensemen available?
Yeah, the only thing is I think they're stuck in an in-between time right now because they have a lot of good young prospects, especially Adam Juracek coming in, and you saw what Theo Linstein could do last year. You got Logan Mailloux, and so if you say, hey, the Blues need to bring in some veterans to help them be better this year on the blue line, then you're going to stunt the growth of some of these guys who could get in there and play and take their lumps and be good in a couple years. So I just think personally that you go with Broberg, you go with Parayko, you let Juracek, Linstein, Mailloux get in there and let them develop.
I couldn't agree with you more. The Blues, it's interesting with this team because I don't feel like we had. What is the problem with the lack of synergy? Is it the group is not having enough chemistry? Is that what the Blues do you think need to improve on this offseason because they didn't gel well?
Well, I think that for years here in St. Louis, we saw a playoff team every year, and there was always a core, and then there was a sub-core. So when you had the David Backuses and TJ Oshie's and those guys, you had the Tarasenko's and Schwartz's coming underneath them, and it just kept evolving, and they kept winning. And so it finally hit a rut, and they finally had to hit the reset. So I think they've done that with some trades at the deadline last year, and now they're ushering in this new era of young players.
That's Brody Herman, everybody, representing Brown and Crouppen, oh so strong as he always does. Brody, we appreciate you coming in and bringing the energy that you do. You're like the human version of the tarps off section at the game,
great.
where it's just fired up, and you're getting the people going, and you're bringing people out to the ball yard.
Oh, I think it's great. I appreciate it.
God
Thanks
bless.
so much.
Brody Herman, Brown and Crouppen with us. We're going to take a break. Back with more of TMA. We'll come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today on the other side of the break. You're listening to The Morning After, live on 101 ESPN.
Woo!
TMA is proud to be sponsored by Stifel. J.D. Power has rated Stifel the #1 wealth management firm for employee satisfaction 3 years in a row now. It's true. Good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Game 3 of the NBA Finals last evening went San Antonio's way with a 115-111 victory. Victor Wembanyama with 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. Game 4 tomorrow evening right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6:30, tip-off at 7:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. You know what you're listening to, Doug?
I don't.
The Morning After.
Oh, that's right. I should have known that.
Live from the Stiefel Studios here on 101 ESPN. We have wrapped up our McKernan of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour as we now are in the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour, which will feature the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. But before we do that, Martin is going to tell us about the name, the titular company of the 10 o'clock hour. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Okay.
Design Air, longest running sponsor on TMA, but also a family owned and operated business for more than a century. So that means they've been making sure folks in St. Louis are comfortable year round. Technology's changed, but their commitment to you, the customer, has not. They just got a great team. We talk about it all the time. Great employees. So when they're doing a repair or a replacement, if you need a brand new unit, Design Air is the company to go with, or for all your repairs year-round. Sign up for a maintenance plan. That way you know you are covered. They get in there. DesignairService.com is the website where you can sign up for that plan or set up your appointment. So many great reviews online, but also just the feedback we get from the listeners when they have Design Air come out to do a repair. Furnace in the winter, AC in the summer, you're always getting the best. It's family-owned and operated. Seth Goldcamp, still really proud of the fact it's a family-started business. They've kept it in the family. It's not been sold to some out-of-town folks. Based here in St. Louis for the best year-round, it's DesignerService.com.
Design Air Service. All right, Doug, you ready for email today?
I think I'm ready, yeah.
Okay, well, I got to pull the music
Okay,
up.
hit the music, and then I'll really be ready. Because I'm not really ready. I'm not in a good headspace until I hear the music.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Dear Dossier, woke up to my phone buzzing. Flash flood warning. I'm trying to figure out where this flood plans to happen because I don't live near a river. Not even an ambitious ditch. Look outside, nothing. Not even a polite drizzle. Just the usual swamp air blowing through my broken screen. Phone blared again while I was buttering toast. Nearly launched a knife across the kitchen and took out my pet sparrow. At this rate, the alert is more dangerous than a hypothetical flood. Back in my day, we had a highly sophisticated warning system called looking out of the window and, if necessary, getting wet. Plus, I live on the hill, so a flood is nearly impossible. If water starts to flow uphill to get me, I suppose I'll appreciate the heads up. Toodles, that's the TMA troubadour. Quote, hey, Noah's Ark is over there, you dolt.
TMA Troubadour, it feels like the Strode program is leaking into this program again.
Yeah, it seems to be a real burr in our saddle, eh? Good morning, not Tim, Tapwater in Jefferson County. I miss Martin, not as much as I miss our broadcasting Buddha, Tim, but I still do miss him. Gotta say, the thought of Martin doing Ferris Bueller's Day Off yesterday really made me giggle like the Dickens. Taking 2 days off, however, who does he think he is? Television's own Doug Vaughn? If you guys don't attack this behavior with the vivaciousness of 1,000 suns, then I fear next thing we know, we're staring straight down the barrel of Ken-level work ethic. Speaking of Ken-level work ethic, making JR drive all the way from Hoosier Town to do the program today when you have another host already coming in at 11 Central was quite the choice. Hopefully JR stays around for the Strode show. I want to observe him observing Iggy like one of the educational segments they do at the National Zoo.
Oh, sure, you could do that. Would you like
Do I
to
get
do that?
mileage? Do you turn that in? Who do you turn that into?
I'll give you $5.
Anyway, good effort today, guys. Show sucked, but what are you going to do when Tim is absent? If you don't hear from me, it's because I was struck by a drone that appears to be circling overhead. Better death than another day without Tim. Screw Chuck Todd, rolling on the Potomac. Jugs in D.C., PSJR, you're awfully cute today.
Jugs in D.C.
Gets my vote.
Hey, Doug. Stop hogging all the 5 to 6X XL Blues jerseys. Save some of them for the listeners. But do you know who will really wreck your toilet? That's right, Bigfoot. And what sport do you think Bigfoot would be most quickly contribute meaningful minutes? Hockey or basketball? I guess my point is that I'm trying to work my way up to Jeffco. That comes from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Iggy's Chris Shetter Lies, Terrible Lies.
Shooter McGavin.
No Tim, no Martin. Say it with me now, boys. Dumpster fire. This train is going full speed into a tight corner, ready to jump the tracks. That's right, boys. You're off the rails. JR might be sipping cold brew and chipping in timely insights, but Doug's sweating this out like high-end hooker taking a... Nope.
No.
Doug Likey? No, not at all. Doug, just hydrate and stay focused. We're confident it's not your kid, and this scandal will blow over. This is touchy.
Terrible email.
This is touchy.
Isn't there a suspension?
This one's touchy.
Who was it? Who was it, Jackson?
By the way, the toilet clogging talk was sports radio excellence. That's from Bro Fallon. PBR in a can, never in the bottle. I do love that sign off. It was worth it for the sign off alone.
He got himself suspended a period
in the
of 2
logule.
days' time, and his name, as we speak, is going into the appliance discounters suspension logule. And I'm going to hit him. I'm going to hit him with a 10% tariff for his potty mouth.
It's about time you did. And finally,
doesn't feel good.
No, it's not designed to.
No.
And finally, ahoy! What a fantastical program. This ma'am, I mean. You guys had everything. Riveting Knicks Spurs convo, slew head coach chatter, and some of the best calls ever. Speaking of that, how's that paranormal Paul, eh? That call ruled. Plug toilets, ghosts and ghouls, turtlehead, Sasquatch. I was spent after that call, and I was also worn out. How do you do? Concerns, thoughts? Big. Eek. No fooling.
Lefty Jack Smear.
Yeah, you recognize the writing style.
Yeah. Lefty Jack Smear.
And JR, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Now, what we do is we submit a secret ballot now, and then at the end of the program, we read the winner of said secret ballot. So you'll have that to look forward to. Coming up at the end of the program, we are going to take a break, come back with more of TMA here in the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. This is the Morning After, live from the Stiefel Studios, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off the already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations. They are in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com.
Morning After, presented to you by Brian Crouppen, live on 101 ESPN. Doug Vaughn, Jeremy Rutherford in for the ill Tim McKernan and Martin Kilcoyne. We hope they both get better. Hope to talk to them tomorrow.
The listeners do.
Yeah. Well, that's anytime, JR, that there is a show, certainly without Tim, but definitely without Tim or Martin, they're going to be
up in arms.
Sure. That's to be expected, and it doesn't bother. It actually keeps Doug up at night, but I've adjusted.
I'm really concerned about it.
I've adjusted well, but maybe some others haven't. We had Brody Herman in here just a moment ago, and he was talking about his excitement level for Victor Scott being sent down. I don't share that, not because I think they made the wrong move, but we've talked to Victor Scott a couple of spring trainings now, and he's an absolute delight and someone who I think you'd really hope could mesh in St. Louis, because he would be a great face of the franchise kind of guy, along with the young core. If you had Walker, Weatherholt, Wynn, Scott, McGreevy to kind of build around for the next 5 years, I think you'd be in a really good spot. But he just can't hit at the major league level at this moment. But Lance Lynn on Cardinal territory, that's with the Cat, Lance Lynn, Matt Holliday, Kyle Gibson. Lance Lynn gave his thoughts on Victor Scott being sent down to AAA.
The impact with Vic going down to the minor leagues is he just needs to go hit, man. They need to let him hit leadoff in AAA, find some confidence, figure out how to get on base, whether it's bunting, hit the ball on the ground, just find contact that's not in the air, and do those things, because he is a asset, especially in the playoff time. When you have a guy that can run like he does and play defense like he does, he will be on a playoff roster just for those two things. But if he can figure out how to hit 250 and get on base a little bit more, maybe try to walk a little bit more, be more of a pest in the box where he's, fouling balls off and doing things like that, and might get himself some walks and stuff like that. That's just going to elevate who he is. I don't know what the mindset is on if we're trying to hit homers and doubles and this and that, but for him to be the most valuable big leaguer he has to figure out how to get on base some way or the other so he can use his speed. Right now, on the offensive side of the ball, he brings not a whole lot to the table, and the other guys do, and they can play defense. So this is a huge spot for him to go down and figure out something that will work where he can be an everyday big leaguer, because he has the talent, but offensively it just hasn't arrived yet at the big leagues, and some things need to change, whether it's approach, the way he's trying to take pitches. There's got to be a whole kind of overhaul in what he's trying to do, and you can only do that in the minor leagues. You can't do that sitting on the bench in the big leagues. So hopefully he's able to do that and kind of come back, and when it is time, that he can bring impact on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect sense. 3 years in the major leagues, his combined batting average is .203.
Not good enough.
That's not even close to good enough for an outfielder.
Right.
That's not good enough for anybody unless you're maybe a superstar defensive shortstop or catcher who brings something. But as an outfielder, that's just not even close to what you can have as a regular player.
And I don't have the averages in front of me, but he was a better hitter coming up than he has been. Not great, I understand that, but what have you noticed? Anything?
Yeah, I think with him, it's just it's always been a can he hit at the major level, because he's very much so a plus defender. He's obviously lightning on the base paths, but it's all about can he get there. His ceiling, to me, is higher than a guy like Nathan Church, but Church has proven, certainly this season, that he's much more of a threat at the plate. And defensively, I don't think there's a big enough gap at the moment where it's Victor Scott has to be in there over Church.
No.
Church has played really
Church
really
is
good
just as good
defense.
defensively as Scott is. Every bit as good. Every bit as good defensively as Scott is.
I don't disagree at the moment, but I think that Scott's ceiling is still higher. I think if you're Chaim Bloom, you're hoping Victor Scott hits a lot more, and you're hoping Nathan Church is. I think Scott's a guy who
you're hoping both of them hit more than they are.
No doubt.
But I think Church has got a much better skill set than Scott. We may never see Scott again.
I wouldn't say that.
With Baez.
Yeah, I mean that's the X factor. Because right now I think they're not as high as him defensively, but I think they definitely want him up.
Yeah, you want that bat in the lineup somehow.
No doubt. And I think it might be a situation where it's might spend the whole year down there just to get better at center field, and then next season, if there is a season, that would be a guy he'd be this is who we build around.
Church throws much better than Scott. He's made a couple of run-saving catches.
Yeah.
He can run pretty well, too. I think he's got a much better skill set than Scott.
Jury remains out. We'll see what happens with Vic Scott. Hope that he is to be effective because, I mean, base pass-wise, he could be a steals guy like that. And he showed flashes 2 spring trainings ago where he was like, you're like, damn, this guy has to come up immediately.
Last year, he stole 34 bases last year. This year, 9.
He's just not getting on base enough to even steal. You know, it's if you can't get on base, it doesn't matter. And then bunting-wise, I think that would be the biggest thing I would like to see. Obviously, hitting goes without saying, but if he could become like a elite-level bunter, just to not only move guys over, but get on base, steal a couple infield hits, that would be a game
slap
changer.
the ball around. Forget about ever trying to hit a home run.
Right.
Just put it in place somewhere and start running.
He didn't have a bad series against the Reds right before getting signed. It was like kind of unfortunate timing, but it was the right move with Schertz coming back healthy, and you have Nootbaar back now. Schertz has proven, if we're going on a meritocracy here, to be more deserving of a spot on the Major League roster up to this point in the season. But, you know.
Yeah, I just think he's a better player. I don't know how you could look at the two of them and not say Nathan Schertz is
this season. There's no doubt
higher ceiling.
You think Schertz has a higher ceiling than Scott?
Oh yes.
I disagree.
No, I think he has much higher ceiling. He hits for some power. He's terrific defensively. Also, he just looks like a more rounded, better rounded player to me.
Obviously, 200 is fine for Gorman. That's from Pele Blanco.
Well, that's what they got to figure out next.
Because at this moment, there's not like a Nathan Schertz kind of player right behind someone like Victor Scott. You know, there isn't that option at the moment. There is really nobody. I mean, you have Urias, but he's not someone you're building for the future, not to mention he's dealing with his own stuff.
Yeah, well, Gorman at least gives you some power, at the very least. He's going to hit about the same as Scott hits, but at least you get a little bit of power, and that's kind of the game today. And he had those 27 home runs in 2023. And I'm sure they still stare at that when they look at his stats all the time and say, where is that? Why can't we get that back? But we haven't seen it for 3 years in a row now.
Staring at it for 3 years.
Yeah. I'm not sure what they're going to do with him. I'm sure they don't quite know what to do with him. Afraid that if you give up on him, he's going to go somewhere else and hit those 27 home runs again.
I think I'd be willing to do that at this point.
Yeah, at some point you got to cut bait, I think, and say, if he goes and excels somewhere else, good for him. Maybe he just needed a change of venue. Maybe he needed to hear a different hitting coach talk to him or something. But after 5 years, you pretty much got to say, well, this is who he is.
Doug, you know what I've been impressed with today? Usually when I'm driving around listening to the show, it seems, from Doug's responses that you have a problem hitting the lever. I have not heard him once today get on you about hitting the lever. So not only is he running point, but
I would say that I kind of, if I'm playing audio when I'm running point, I'm calling my own number where if I don't have it up, that's on me and me alone. Sometimes I'll be doing something, and Tim, I call for audio that I'm like, don't have immediately up. So it might take me a second, but I should prepare it best beforehand. Otherwise I'm going to be kind of looking silly, and I don't like to look silly.
You're kind of a lever craftsman.
Want me to hit the lever again?
Hit the lever, please.
All right, here's Brian Torres.
How fun is it playing for this team?
I mean, it means a lot, because since when I grew up watching Gaddy, that is Puerto Rican as well, and the Cardinals in Puerto Rico, it's pretty, they follow it a lot, and I follow it too. So being here with the Cards, knowing that this is an organization that have a lot of big things, big moments, a lot of World Series, and it's huge. It's a big opportunity every time I put this uniform.
Brian Torres, who's played some games at third base. I would like to kick the tires on that. I want to formally submit that I would like to see Brian Torres play third base a little bit.
Yeah.
Will you accept my formal submission?
I will see. Yeah, I will definitely accept that. Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't start to look at some other people.
Give it a shot. I said it the other day, I guess yesterday when we were talking about it. It's like when Gorman comes up and there's energy in the building, it just kind of seems to dissipate a little bit, especially with runners and score. And I hate to say that. It's not like a shot personally at Nolan Gorman. It's just like, even with like one out and there's runners on first and second, it's like, strikeout might be the best case scenario, or he's going to hit into a double play. It's like it just isn't there. It's just when you're a go for broke home run hitter, and way more often you're going broke than you are hitting the big bomb, it really takes a lot of wind out of the sail.
Yeah.
Doug, it might help the Cardinals if Gorman were not on another team. First and second.
Right, and that's the thing, too, is like now his trade value is, what, 0?
Yeah,
Who's going
not
to want a
much.
project like that?
Not much, probably.
No. But if he is to, and I'm still open to him, like if he is to find it, he could be an asset, you know?
Oh,
If
yeah.
he's hitting 35 home runs, you can bat 220. It doesn't, like, that's okay. You can hit 5 in the 5 or the 4 spot if you're hitting 35 every year. But if you're hitting 1 every 12 to 14 games, and the rest of the time you're, 0 for 3 with 2 Ks, I'm out on it. I just can't. I'm out. So my formal submission has been submitted. I want to see Brian Torres play some third base.
Okay, like what? A couple times a week?
Let's start in New York. Meet
Start
the
right
Mets.
now. Okay.
Meet the Mets. You ever been to Citi Field
No,
or Shea Stadium? How many opposing ballparks have you been to?
Baseball?
Yeah.
Think about 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Kansas City, Colorado.
Sure. Colorado one, pretty sweet.
Chicago. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Hey, JR, do you think that there is an underrated potato side dish, and why is it tater tots? Thanks. It's from Big Tuft.
It's funny because I read that, and as I was reading it, I knew the answer was tater tots before I got to his vote there.
There are little misunderstood friends.
Yeah.
Tater tots.
You ever had a potato pancake or had one recently?
Not recently, but I've had them.
Pretty outstanding. It's like
potato pancake. Is that just a potato that's been smashed?
Yeah, it's like
potato equivalent of a smash burger?
It's like a connected hash brown. It's got a little more connectivity to it. You know, like the hash browns at McDonald's.
Yeah, they kind of fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, it's like that. More structural integrity and more of a pancake shape. Pretty fantastic. A couple of breakfast spots in town will give you a potato pancake.
Because of its structural integrity.
Yeah, I'm pretty into those. Or even a lyonnaise potato.
Okay, well, here's my tater tot question. And I realize, portion control has been a challenge over the years here, but you guys with tater tots, let's say you're having dinner and whoever made dinner puts 12 tater tots on your plate.
12, okay.
Yeah, 12 tater tots.
Dozen or so.
Yeah, sweet little dozen.
So you finish those, right? Well, now your son or daughter sitting next to you has 3 left. They're not finishing. You finish them?
Absolutely.
All right, so now you ate those 3. Now you go to put your plate in the dishwasher, and there's 6 more on the oven, on the pan there. And do you put them away, or are you finishing those, or what are we doing with them?
It's hard not to.
There are starving kids out there.
Right.
You think I'm going to throw away food?
Well, I'm just trying to make sure I'm not the only one. So we're up to like 20 tots now.
Well, you can do that once, but if you do that night after night after night, I ran into that too, where I'd have dinner and say, do we have more? And I go back and have a whole nother dinner.
Yeah,
I just eat forever.
Yeah.
It just really takes some discipline to say.
You know what? An issue I run into is you go to a Mexican restaurant and the tortilla chips and salsa. Because a tortilla chip, when you think about it, if you eat a good amount of those, that's just like eating
whole meal,
just like raw tortillas. Like you wouldn't just stuff tortillas in your mouth because they're fried and crispy. It feels like they're not like just calorie neutral when they are certainly not.
No.
And you wait for your food. You're having maybe a margarita or a cold pop. You might have 20 to 25 tortilla chips and salsa. That's you've already dented into your calorie count pretty heavily there. That's tough. Chairman, I know you struggle with it.
About 400 to 600 calories if you polish off an entire basket yourself.
Yeah, and you can do that without breaking a sweat. Easily could finish one of those, maybe even 2.
Do you ever do the old trick of just drinking a couple of glasses of water before you sit down to eat?
It's the right move, yeah. Oftentimes when you're snacking, it's just because you're dehydrated and you fill your stomach up with water and you're probably going to be in good shape. No, I don't have that kind of discipline. What are you talking about?
The Deegan from Jeffco says 20 tots is light work, JR.
Light? That is light work.
He didn't catch on that I totally divided the number by like 3.
Yeah. Your kid is like 7 tots.
If I would have said 60, you guys would have.
60 tots? That's a whole bag.
Have you ever polished off 60 tater tots?
Yeah, and then went back for seconds. Yeah.
Exercise. God, this one's mean. Exercise an hour a day and you can have all the tots you want, fat boy. It's from Ray King.
Well, I don't know. They say most bodies are built in the kitchen, not the gym.
Why go to a Mexican joint if you're on a calorie count? I'm not saying necessarily, that's from the DJ. I'm not necessarily saying like calorie count, but I think you try to be conscious of what you're putting in your body at all times. Maybe you're not as dedicated as some others, but if you're like having a meal out of the Mexican restaurant,
you can have like a fajita.
Yeah, you can have some stuff that is probably high in like maybe your macros are off, but you were not going to like destroy yourself calorically. But when you include the chips and salsa, it can get dangerous. Or booze. That's always going to mess you up.
If you can avoid the chips and salsa and the rice, you can eat relatively
for sure
decently at a Mexican place.
And I've been on record that I'm anti-rice and burrito. I think
double
it's
carb.
Yeah, well, I think it's double carbs, and it makes the burrito seem full when really you're just getting hit with rice in a burrito.
Well, I like rice.
That's like a fry sandwich.
Oh,
there's not much there.
My favorite Taco Bell menu item has potatoes inside the shell, so that's kind of a double carbon too.
Yeah, once again. It's all meat, cheese, and bread, just arranged differently. That's from the DGen of Jeffco. You can make the argument that that's most cuisine around the world.
A lot of Italian food is just
meat, cheese, and bread
sauce,
mixed around.
Different shells. And
yeah. Not a lot of cheese, though, in Asian cuisine, I've noticed.
No.
Very some dishes, like Americanized, like crab rangoon.
And they tend to be very slender and in shape.
Yeah.
I don't mean to gatekeep Mexican food, but in real Mexican food, there's not a ton of cheese either.
Right. I've heard that.
That's Americanized.
Sure. Boy, I like tacos.
Tortilla, meat, onion, cilantro, lime juice. That's all you need, Doug.
Really?
Fry sandwich? Sign me the F up. That's from Merp the Barbarian. JR, this is just random. Would the Devils move Nico?
He sure. Oh, I did it again.
Yeah.
Gosh, I did it again.
Stepping on me.
Second time.
Yeah.
I should let you slaughter it. Dang it.
I was not going to get that. It looked like Oral Hershiser to me. I was going to say Hershiser.
Yeah.
Oral Hershiser's on the Devils now?
Yeah. They're trading for Oral Hershiser, right?
I would think. Bulldog.
How old is he? Probably
50-something.
Yeah, but he could still skate.
He might be able to.
Yeah.
He might be older than 50-something.
Jared, would you like to answer that random hockey question?
I mean, you see speculation about the possibility. I don't think they would, but you never know when the team's trying to change things up, and things might be a little stale there in Jersey, but I don't think they trade him.
Are you kidding me? Rice in the burrito is a straw that stirs the drink, you Gen Z loser. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Oral Hershiser's 67 now.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Boy, and you think he's going to join the Devils?
It seems late in his career to make that sort of move. I know he does a lot of TV work. One of the greatest guys you'll ever meet.
Really?
Oral Hershiser.
You ever heard anybody else with that first name, Doug?
Oral? I can't say that I have.
I don't think I have either.
Is it short for something? Feels like that could be the situation.
Oral Leonard Hershiser IV.
Oh.
Well, that's why.
Oral Redenbacher? Orville? Is that Orville?
Orville,
yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for the text now.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll read some of those texts on the other side of the commercial break, because right now, JR, we're going to go to break. We'll come back with more of the morning after as we are in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA, live from the Stiefel studio, presented to you by Brown Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast live from the Stiefel studios. You can chime in on the Air Comfort Service text line. That's 314-399-9646. You can call in on the Callier and Thompson phone line, 314-974-0101. And you can always join in the conversation on the YouTube chat. That's brought to us by Michelob Ultra. YouTube.com/TMASTL. We're in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour, Doug. And, there's a day where Tim's been out, Martin's been out, but JR was kind enough to join us today. And I can tell you how appreciative I am of him. He's great. JR, this is a...
Oh, this has been fabulous here with us.
I got the text last night that you were going to be the one filling in today, and I got fired up. I was like, hell yeah, JR, he's one of our guys, He's one of us.
Like
one of us.
Yeah.
We accept him.
And you live so close to the station.
Yeah, and I set 3 alarms. What did I set them for? 5:15, 5:30, 5:35. And I woke up at 4:30, way before the alarms, just because I was...
You were fired up.
With you guys.
Yeah, you were fired up. Well, we appreciate that. Design Air is the sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. They also sponsor the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We will read the winner of that coming up in the final segment. Before that, Tim's going to tell you about our friends over at Design Air.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running sponsor on the Morning After and the sponsor of our email of the day. It's Seth Goldcamp and his team serving the St. Louis area going back 4 generations, and with the Morning After going back to 2016. Martin Kilcoyne is a client. Doug Vaughn is a client. I am a client, and therefore all 3 of us can firsthand attest to the great service and value you get from working with Design Air Heating and Cooling. And right now, they have a service plan that sets you up by going to designairservice.com, that when the weather warms up, they come out and make sure the air conditioning is ready to go for the summer, and when the weather cools down, they come out and make sure the furnace is ready to go for the cold weather months. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They're online at designairservice.com, the longest-running sponsor on the Morning After. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com.
JR, question for you. What's your excitement level for the World Cup that's fast approaching?
Honest answer, 4.
4 out of 10?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say I'm closer to a 6, and then probably once the games get going, I'll be more towards a 7 or 8.
Yeah.
I do love the World Cup, but it does feel like this one doesn't have the same oomph to it. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Isn't one of the favorites.
But the U.S. hasn't been
really
one of the favorites really in my lifetime. So.
I think a lot of it is once it's here and people start talking about it,
it becomes more exciting.
Parties around town, then it becomes fun. The Olympics are kind of like that too.
Yeah.
The Olympics, you say, yeah, okay, I'll watch. And then you see the opening ceremonies and everything. You get into it. You hear the storylines and everything.
I would say the Olympics are a good comp. Like once the games get started, I get into it. I like all the storylines behind it. I love this sounds a little, as Doug would call it, soccer word salad, but like the passion the guys have once it gets, like you can really see on their faces when how important it is for them to represent their country. ESPN has dropped their power rankings, Doug. I know you like a nice power ranking World Cup as we're 2 days out. Do you want to guess the number 1 team on the power rankings? Spain is correct, right? With the young Lamine Yamal, who's a hell of a player. Number 2.
Pronounce those names, but he struggles with...
Well, some of the hockey names are ridiculous.
We're just assuming he got it right.
Yeah.
Boy, I'd be guessing after that. Brazil.
No. Brazil.
Germany.
No.
France.
There you go.
Okay.
The French squad who's gone 1 in 2018 and got 2nd place in 2022 is your number 2 team.
How about Argentina?
They're, of course, behind Kylian Mbappe, Doug, one of the best players in the world.
Okay.
Number 3.
Argentina?
Nailed it.
Okay.
Yep. Number 4, Doug.
Gosh. Can I have an initial?
You cannot. You can. I give you Europe.
England.
There you go. Number 4. 5, Brazil. 6, Portugal. 7, Germany. 8, the Netherlands. 9, Morocco. Heads up for that Morocco team,
for
Doug.
Sakes.
And then 10, Norway.
Hey, where's the U.S.? 14 or 15?
No, sir. They are not in the top 15.
Oh.
Not in the top. I
just don't get
America is not ranked in the top
get it.
15. Probably, if I'm guessing here because they only ranked top 15 that they would be in between 16 and 20 there.
But they're considered to have a good chance to advance through their bracket.
Yes, they have. There's no real group of death, it seems, in this World Cup. That's you often hear about the group of death, JR.
What's more important, those rankings or Larry's rankings?
Larry's rankings are the most
that's
important.
what I'm saying.
So yeah, but yeah, if the U.S. can get to the round of 16, I'd be fired up. Get out of the group stage, make it interesting.
Paint your face fired up?
Maybe not paint my face fired up, but certainly really into it, because then, anything can happen. Keep going. Like in 2014 when they got out of the group stage and played Belgium. That was really exciting.
Yeah.
Or they lost to Belgium, but it was fun and exciting. And when they don't get out of the group stage, it kind of loses some of its luster to me, especially since it's played on North American soil this time around. I feel like it'd be really special.
No, there was a World Cup game on one time, and I went out and cut the grass for a couple hours, and I came back and rewound it, and I saw that I missed 17 passes while I was outside cutting the grass. 17 passes, Doug.
How can we be so far behind in soccer? That Norway's rated well.
Sure, they got one of the best strikers in the world, Erling Haaland.
Well, I know. Why don't we? Norway's a tiny country compared to the U.S., and it's covered in ice half the year.
Bring it up with Berthalter.
Senegal and Croatia, we don't have better
Sadio
players.
Mane.
We don't have better players in these countries, or at least as good, with the 330 million people we have living in this country.
We got Christian Pulisic.
There's one.
Weston McKennie.
Okay, but that's not enough to even crack the top 15.
Correct.
I just don't get it. Name another sport where the U.S. isn't even in the top 15. Another major sport.
I cannot.
We're clearly number one in basketball.
Yep.
Well, maybe not clearly, but up there.
Of any country, yes, we are. We are number one.
The top 2 or 3, maybe number one in baseball.
Doug, too many tater tots.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It's just always puzzled me. Everybody plays soccer in this. It's like the first sport every kid plays in this country is soccer, boys and girls.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. It's frustrating, but
just by sheer numbers, you'd think we'd have enough. We could put 11 guys on the field. That would be better than anything Norway would put on the field.
Not with Erling Haaland out there. Like the U.S., if Erling Haaland was an American, he might play basketball. He's 6'5".
But one guy doesn't make an entire team.
No, but it certainly can make a huge difference. And
So
the U.S. doesn't have that.
Where's our all-time superstar?
Good question.
Why don't we have one?
It's confusing. There's a number of schools of thoughts on this, and I don't think there's one concrete answer.
Well, one of them is Jackson's boy body here says our best athletes don't play soccer.
Right.
So
I would agree with that.
I'm not saying I disagree with that, but let's hypothetically say this. So that kind of infers that some of our best athletes, whether it be NBA, baseball, hockey, get tracked onto other sports at a young age and then go on to exceed at those, right? So you're saying if they went out and played soccer, that
I'm saying that guys,
not you, but
right,
people.
but someone an elite level athlete in this country, their first inclination play all the sports and find what they like. But you grow up idolizing guys like Patrick Mahomes or guys like Aaron Judge or someone like LeBron James. You probably want to follow in their footsteps and play a sport like theirs. You don't really have someone to idolize American-wise for soccer. You don't necessarily have that. So, whereas a guy, I'll use Erling Haaland again from Norway, his heroes would have been soccer players. His father played, I know, in the Premier League, Holland specifically. But those are their guys' heroes, so they play soccer, and they don't really think about playing anything else.
Well, one of the big problems here is that soccer has become an expensive sport to play.
But so is baseball.
Yeah,
so is basketball.
And you're not getting, I don't know about basketball.
Less so, way
but
less
you're not
so.
getting a lot of kids from the inner city playing baseball at the professional level, soccer, hockey. That's not where the athletes are coming from.
Right.
Basketball and football are different.
Sure.
So our premier athletes, many of them, are playing basketball and football.
No doubt. Yeah.
Because, soccer might cost you $5,000-$6,000 a year to be on a club
Did
soccer
the price
team.
of shin guards go up or something? What happened in the 20 years I've been
You're on
paying
club
attention?
teams that have to pay a coach.
The fees
and
for sure.
You got to travel and you got to rent field time and you got to have 3 uniforms and it's expensive. It's like club baseball.
No, it is.
Right. And then I think that runs parallel. It's not like the U.S. is ever truly awful. I mean, there's been times where they've been bad, but the other countries, all they care about is being really good at soccer. like Brazil. That's all they give a damn about. Spain, really all they care about. France, it's all they really care about. Basketball has obviously grown exponentially.
And they can
France,
probably play without dropping that kind of money.
Right. The infrastructure is built to have kids play soccer all around the country, whereas here, like Doug said, there's a little bit more barrier to entry if you really want to be at the elite level. Now, if you are truly a one-of-one kind of soccer player, one way or another, they're going to figure out a way for you to play soccer and figure it out, just like they do with baseball, football, basketball, hockey. But by and large, yeah, I think that's an infrastructural problem. And we dominate, like the 4 major sports leagues, hockey, basketball, baseball, football, those all 4 play in America. No question. There is no one rivaling the NHL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, or the NFL. The MLS, probably 10 to 14 leagues in the country better. So kids don't necessarily have the people to look up to. If they do, they got to wake up early on Saturdays, you know? So it's tough.
Yeah, it may be looking up to players. I'm sure that's part of the equation. But I think for the most part, it's gotten to be the expense thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it.
Basketball, you can still...
Yeah,
pair of shoes and the ball. You could not join an AAU team. You could play high school basketball and still be spotted and make it.
Yeah, agreed. All right, we're going to take a commercial break before the final segment here of TMA. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN. The biggest stage in the world soccer is days away, and every goal changes everything. And now FanDuel is giving you a reason to root for every single one. Introducing Every Goal Pays. You bet on the match and get bonus bets for every goal scored in that match. That's right. More goals means more bonus bets, and all you have to do is turn on your token. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Now, let there be goals on FanDuel, and Doug Vaughn has a play for you for tonight's ball games.
I've got one for you.
Yeah?
This Stanley Cup game, Carolina at Vegas. The over-under is only 5.5. Carolina has scored 4 goals themselves in every game, and Vegas has scored 5 goals twice on their own. So I would take the over on tonight's hockey game. It's been a high-scoring series so far. Not going to take a whole lot to get to 6 goals, I don't think.
Doug likes the over in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals. You can get involved on FanDuel. Must be 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus bet token. Both issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals back in action this evening, taking on the New York Metropolitans. 6:10 p.m. first pitch. Dustin May towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows. All right, Doug, we don't have much time here, so BCam Ferrario will be with you at the top of the hour as we head down the hallway to do what Doug calls the Strode program after the morning after on 105.7 HD2. Before we head out, we want to thank JR for being in studio with us today, filling in for the ill Tim McKernan and Martin Kilcoyne. And before we let you go, the winner of today's email of the day competition brought to you by Design Air, Jugs in D.C.
Oh, really?
Picks himself up a win. That's going to do it for us. Thank you again to JR. We hope Tim and Martin feel better quite soon. For Douglas Elvin Vaughn, for Jeremy Rutherford, for Chairman Kurt, I'm Jackson Burkett. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.